So this is my first time recording a video with 2 cats in the house. God help us all. So, if you've been on my channel before, then you've probably noticed that I have a thing for Resident Evil 8. And by Resident Evil 8, I mean Lady Dimitrescu. It's basically impossible not to notice at this point. I played that game entirely because of Lady Dimitrescu, and while I had a blast, I didn't really have a lot of interest in the rest of the series. You know, like, big vampire lady was only in one game, what's even the point, right? But as I mentioned in the last video, I was listening to a lot of interviews in preparation of a possible big lady video I was thinking about making at the time, and I was listening to one with Sarah Coates, who played Louisa in 8. Sarah Coates, as it turned out, also played Maguerite in 7. And while I had no interest in 7 at this point, I suddenly got interested when this happened.
She sent me a message and she was like, can you record, I'm gonna miss my dick appointment?
I'm gonna miss my dick appointment.
So I was like, I'm gonna miss my dick appointment.
Are you late for your dick appointment? You're gonna miss your dick appointment. Audrey, did you make it to your dick appointment? This is why you keep missing your goddamn dick appointment. Then let this be a lesson to not miss your dick appointment. What about your dick appointment? Yeah, I don't know either. You know, it's funny, like, dick appointment is slang for, like, getting dicked down, right? Like, the person who asked her to say that obviously meant it, like, Marguerite had to go get some dick from daddy. But as I played the game and Marguerite kept leaving notes around the house about a doctor's appointment she went to, the interpretation changed to her having a doctor's appointment about her dick. She missed her dick appointment! The doctor's really worried about her dick appointment. And hey, who knows? Maybe Marguerite has a dick. She doesn't. The game makes it shockingly clear that she does not. But that's a spoiler. And aside from all that, Sarah Coates was also talking about how Marguerite is made out of bugs. And do you know who else is made out of bugs? Big Lady's daughters. Maybe there is a connection after all. There's not. Well, we'll get to it. But yeah, so thank you, Sarah Coates, for convincing me to play this game. But yeah, so after we finished 8, we played 7. I'm playing these games backwards. Since then, we've also played 4 and then 2. And once again, I played with my cousins. In fact, Joanna played the first few minutes of the game while I was busy eating. No! Why did I told you not to go in the house? I went over this in the backwards run video, but I'm repeating it because nobody watched that.
You think anyone has done this game backwards?
And by the time this comes out, the Resident Evil 8 DLC will probably be out, and I'll have some super strong opinions on it. But we're gonna talk about this one first. See, while making the RE8 video, I was like, well, this is fine. I'll just insert all my opinions on 7 in here, and that'll be it. Cover 2 in one video, it'll be perfect. But no, of course not. I realized pretty quickly I had a lot to say. This is exactly what happened with the Cherry Falls video too. When will I learn my lesson? I'm going to try really hard not to repeat myself, but I also don't want the previous video to be required viewing. If I have to bring up a similar point, I'm going to expand it and go into much more detail than I did in the last video. Quick disclaimer here, my PS4 is dead. Like, right as I finished the first draft of the script, the HDMI port broke, and I didn't have a chance to replay the DLCs without us talking over it. So unfortunately, if I need dialogue from the DLCs, I'm gonna have to steal it. Sorry, I try really hard not to do that, but sometimes God comes at you with a metal bat to the skull. Links to all the videos will be in the description. Also, the same disclaimer from before applies that I'm not an expert on the series. I'm not claiming to be. I have only played 4 Resident Evil games, so some things will probably go over my head. I did not get the boulder punching asshole line in RE8. That's how in the dark I am. I just like this game for what it is. I like talking about it. And if my lack of knowledge on certain bits of lore bothers you, then I'm sorry. This probably isn't the video for you. The thing is, too, is that Resident Evil 7 doesn't really require a whole lot of lore knowledge. There are Easter eggs for sure, but 7 is an extremely unique entry into the series because it signified a huge change in direction. While planning out this video, I picked up the Resident Evil 7 art book. It goes into the production of the game and shows a lot of concept art and explains its overall design. So while the original Resident Evil games were very much focused on horror, starting with Resident Evil 4, the series started to go in a lot more of an action-oriented direction. And it was successful. So much, in fact, that the over-the-shoulder angle they invented for this game basically became the standard for action games in general, including the remakes for previous games in the series that originally had fixed camera angles. But Resident Evil 5 and 6 weren't as well received, and the developers soon started to feel like the series was getting stale, so when it came to developing Resident Evil 7, they decided to take the series back to its horror roots. But by this time, the atmosphere of horror games has changed. Games like Amnesia, Slender, Five Nights at Freddy's, Outlast, and PT had all impacted and changed the medium, for better or for worse, so the developers felt it necessary to adapt and change for the modern climate. For example, all those games are in first person, so the change was made from the series being in third person to first person. Now, this isn't the first time a Resident Evil game has been in first person. Resident Evil Survivor actually holds that title, but this was the first main series title shown from this perspective, as well as the first game to utilize VR and the Unreal Engine. And it very obviously wore its influences on its sleeve. It has a very similar feel to Outlast, and just from the outlook, doesn't seem to have anything at all similar with its predecessors. And this was all showcased in the marketing. In fact, the game wasn't even announced until 6 months before its release date. And the way the trailer was set up was that it looked like it was for a completely unrelated indie game before the name Resident Evil suddenly flashed up on the screen. Obviously not the most original idea in the world. You know, like PT did something similar, tricking gamers into thinking it was just a cool indie project and not one of the biggest horror franchises in the world. But it was still effective at getting people's attention, especially since they released a demo not too long after. But still, the fact that the game was so different from previous Resident Evil titles and instead took inspiration from the current wave of horror games was worrying to a lot of fans. I didn't even have to look to see this. I just kind of organically came across it while watching videos about RE7 after playing it for myself.
Like most fans, I was very nervous watching the RE7 reveal trailer back at E3 2016. The game seriously just looked like any other first-person jump scare horror game with zero combat.
And then this one was coming out and they saw it was first person. Everyone's like, oh god, I don't know if that's going to be good.
But fortunately, the game seemed to have won people over. For the most part, at least. I know a lot of people still see RE7 and RE8 as way too different from the rest of the series, that they don't feel like Resident Evil games and instead feel like something else entirely. And even though I'm new to the series, I do get that. The other two games I played do feel like a completely different experience from the two more recent games. I mean, technically speaking, the Resident Evil 2 remake is more recent, but you know what I mean. And granted, RE4 is a completely different experience from its predecessors too, but at least it stars characters from the previous games. Resident Evil 7 features an entirely new cast, with only one returning character showing up in the last couple minutes in a cutscene when all the gameplay is over. The main character this time around is complete rando Ethan Winters, whose wife Mia went missing on some kind of babysitting job 3 years before.
I cannot wait to be done with this babysitting job.
We see a video Mia made Ethan telling him not to come looking for her.
Stay away.
Smash cut to Ethan telling his friend that Mia contacted him and he's gonna go pick her up.
Maybe it's a prank, She wants me to come and get her.
Now, this message Mia sent him in the prologue is not the same message Ethan got. If you look in Ethan's inventory at the start of the game, you'll see an email sent to him from Mia telling him that he's at the baker's farm and to come get her. And as we find out at the end of the game, Mia never even sent the video that we see at the beginning. This is a weird framing. Having Mia record a message and then immediately having Ethan say that Mia sent him a message right after. How could you not think he was talking about the video? Whatever, the game starts pretty immediately after this. Ethan runs into the woods, finds the baker's farm locked off, but discovers a trail that takes him along the side of the property. And he walks past red flag after red flag. Abandoned van in the woods with weird threatening text. Creepy guy skulking by. A literal circle of dripping, rotting animal legs that he has to limbo under in order to progress. Finding Mia's totally clean purse sitting on a burn pile. That sure isn't a trap right there. And I know I basically ripped Ethan Winters to shred in the last video, but honestly, I do really love the whole idea behind him. Whereas the other games featured agents and cops, or people who were at least raised besides them, Ethan is just some guy. He's some stale-toast white guy who works an accounting job and whose only source of fun is going to the bar with the boys on a Friday night and occasionally checking his Twitter feed to see when the new Marvel movie's coming out. He was unfortunate enough to be born into a universe where zombies and monsters are created on the regular, and he just happens to get tangled up in it. His story is super personal. He isn't trying to take down a corporation or save the world. He just wants his wife back. And that's cool. I love that. You know, the difference between playing as Leon in RE4 and playing as Ethan is stark. And not even because of the first person versus third person thing. I mean that Leon feels like a character who is in control of every situation. More or less, I mean, like obviously Ashley gets kidnapped like every 5 minutes. Damn it! But Leon always feels like he could handle everything thrown at him. He has so many fancy flips and tricks. Ethan, on the other hand, is constantly running around and screaming and getting brutalized. He has no fucking idea what he's doing, and he's constantly over his head and terrified and fighting for his life. He's not special or extraordinary in any way. We're ignoring 8 right now. It wasn't out when this got released, hold your horses. But in this particular game, Ethan was just a dude. He was no different than any of the other dozens of victims that the Baker's family captured. In fact, we see in the DLC that at least one other person seemed to have lasted as long as Ethan. And there's a note from a guy in the main game who seems to be running around trying to protect his girlfriend. So it's not like Ethan is even special in that regard. He's just the one that happened to last the longest, managing to hold out until help finally arrived. And I love this. I love the idea of this random ass guy just going through the worst night of his life because he lives in the Resident Evil universe and this just happens sometimes. The problem, however, comes about when you look at the way Ethan interacts with the world around him. There's this sort of belief I've seen online that Ethan starts out super horrified by everything going on, but then as the game goes on, he becomes desensitized. This seems to be because around the middle of the game, when he sees Maguerite turn into a bug person, he actually seems amused by it.
What the fuck? Well, that's special.
That in the fight with mutated Jack when he expresses how boring he's finding their fights now.
This is getting old, Jack.
And yeah, if Ethan was running around the beginning part of the game freaking out and then slowly getting used to his situation, that would be interesting character development. But I'm sorry to say that isn't the case. Ethan goes to the house that his missing wife is supposedly in, and one of the first things he sees is a giant circle of dead horse hooves. And he has no reaction. In fact, he has a stronger reaction to the horse hooves he finds towards the end of the game
Oh my god.
than the ones he finds in the beginning. And it's not to say he doesn't have some strong reactions in the beginning. I actually find his reaction to a zombie man grabbing his gun and shooting himself in the mouth very accurate to how I'd probably react.
Fuck!
But by and large, he just kinda doesn't. I mean, he finds a snuff film, like literally a film where people are murdered right where he is standing, and he barely reacts at all.
Jesus.
And I know that the reason Aoife doesn't talk much is probably because he's supposed to be a blank slate for the player to glomp onto. I mean, he doesn't even have a face. And not just because we're playing him in first person, so we don't get to see him the same way we see the other Resident Evil protagonists. I mean that they purposely hide his face in photographs and cutscenes and official art. He doesn't have a face. They did model one for 7. You can kind of see it at a couple points if you look closely, but it's totally gone for 8. Like, this man sacrifices himself and they keep his face hidden the entire time. If they were gonna sew his face anywhere, it would be here. Watch, they're gonna put his face in the DLC and I'm gonna look stupid. I hope he has a face in the third person mode that they're adding in, but I have some doubts. But the point is that keeping his face hidden was a purposeful choice that they made, and I believe that they did it so that the player could more easily imagine themselves in his place. After all, Ethan is just kind of the everyman. He could be anyone. He could be you. But if that was the idea, it doesn't exactly work because Ethan does say stuff.
Hell of a girl.
He has opinions and reactions that differ from the player, and the second you start giving your characters thoughts and opinions, they become, well, a character. And something even as minor as what the character is wearing can say a lot about them. Ethan in this game is wearing a white button-down shirt and dress shoes. This is the outfit he put on to save his kidnapped wife. My friend Emily says he looks like he's going to a 60 Minutes interview. And look, I'm not knocking this completely. If this is the look that they wanted their protagonist to have, they could have made it work. Like, what if Ethan just thought that Mia had left him? So when he gets her message, he dresses up all nicely to try to win her back. Maybe bring some flowers or something. Only to stumble into a literal murder den completely unexpectedly. That would be hilarious and also kind of endearing, but there is no evidence that this is the case. In fact, Ethan fully expecting some kind of rescue mission is way more plausible since he absolutely does not flinch upon breaking into an abandoned house. He even brings a flashlight with him, which honestly, him having a flashlight in this game makes way more sense than him having it in 8. In that game, he was caught completely unaware. Like, he was just expecting to have a nice night with his family. Why is he dressed like a rugged outdoorsman to hang out with his wife at home? Shouldn't he have been dressed like that to go on a rescue mission? Why is this backwards? And I know this is a nitpick. I know. You don't even see his outfit for the majority of the game. And it's not like other video game characters are never dressed impractically. I mean, most female characters get it way worse. Okay, no, if I'm gonna criticize Ethan for the shirt thing. Yeah. This is like 10 times worse. But I do believe that design matters when you're analyzing a character. The people who designed Ethan Winters made choices about what he was wearing, and out of everything they could have chose for him, they chose this. What were they trying to say about him as a person? Well, my interpretation for my first playthrough was that he was a preppy idiot who didn't think things through well enough.
Look at him wearing a little button-down shirt, Ethan, to go save your wife.
And boy, did that line up with his actions in the beginning of the game. He got up and left his friends.
Oh, hey. You alright? You just disappeared the other night.
And didn't tell anyone where he was going before driving to another state on a whim based on an email that he is extremely insistent was written by Mia.
That message you sent me.
Not me. That wasn't me.
But you did.
I didn't.
When it very easily could have been anyone using her account. Doesn't think to call the police at any point. Not when he gets the email. Not when he found the abandoned van. Not when he found the snuff film. The snuff film is pretty cool. A lot of people, including myself, were surprised that you could actually play during this part.
Oh, I'm supposed to follow them. What? Through the home video?
New plan.
Super sweet. Oh, I'm the camera guy.
Oh, I'm playing.
Not feeling it.
Oh!
I guess just because this is a VHS tape and there were cutscenes earlier, so it makes sense to expect this is just a little film you can watch. But no, it's a fully playable section. These three guys are Pete, Andre, and Clancy. Clancy is the one holding the camera. They're the owners of the abandoned van outside and are content creators who make scary 3 a.m. challenges and have arrived at the baker's house to look for ghosts. We find out some interesting bits here, like that the Baker family disappeared 3 years before.
Abandoned farmhouse, missing family, foul play suspected.
How long did you say this place has been abandoned?
3 years.
That the parents' names were Jack and Maguerite, and they mostly kept to themselves, but were pretty nice.
They were quiet, not backward.
And that they had a son named Lucas, who was some kind of menace to society.
A lot of bad rumors about their son, Lucas. Bad seed, apparently.
There are also a lot of small details. Like, one that I picked up on immediately was that the newspapers on the table were different, which probably means that someone is coming and going from the house regularly. Anyways, so Andre goes missing, Pete and Clancy go looking for him, and find this.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I don't know why he would think to pull on the gas in the fireplace. Why don't you just think the gas would come out? Whatever. We go through the hidden door, find Andre Blair witching in the corner.
This is the Blair Witch Project right now. This is literally the Blair Witch Project. I'm sorry. Bye. Nope. Nope. Oh, come on. I gotta go do the Blair Witch Project.
Then he falls on us and we see some guy's legs. Supposedly the same guy who was skulking around in the forest earlier. So I'm gonna be honest. These tapes, as they appear in the game, don't really make a lot of sense. Like, this game takes place in 2017, and as it turns out, this tape is only from a few days before Ethan arrives. So they are making internet content in the year 2017, and they are using a VHS camera from the 90s. The devs were very obviously inspired by the found footage genre, which was extremely popular in the early 2010s. I mean, there are horror movie references all over this thing, my favorite probably being the most famous scene in this game, and don't worry, we'll get to that soon. But the found footage influence here is completely undeniable. Andre facing the wall like that is literally the end of the Blair Witch Project. Which, although not the first found footage movie, did bring the genre into the mainstream and is pretty much the first thing people think of when they think of found footage. And Blair Witch has some grimy ass 90s cameras. It looks like shit, but in a good way. It adds a level of realism when the footage is shaky and staticky and out of focus. And while nowadays, if a bunch of teens got lost in the woods, they just film the whole things on their iPhones and it would look immaculate, it's just not as scary. It's scarier when the picture isn't clear because anything could be there and you wouldn't be able to clearly make it out. Plus, there's something about putting all the VHS nonsense over footage that adds a sense of realism. It's not realistic per se, but it does have the feel of watching something horrifying on a shitty TV. So, logic be damned. I like the aesthetic. So obviously the purpose of the tape is to show you how to open the secret door. It's completely optional to play the tape, but it is basically mandatory on a first playthrough unless you manage to find the handle by complete accident, or unless you play the demo. So that introduces these tapes as a source of information, that they will show you something that you will need to know in order to progress. But there is something else kind of cool too. When Ethan comes into the house, there are a couple of drawers off to the side here, and one of them will be locked. Then playing the tape, we are playing as Clancy just a few days earlier. If Clancy unlocks the drawer, it will now be unlocked for Ethan, and he can get what's inside. An antique coin. This is the first time you encounter them in the game, and considering the coin wasn't in the drawer for Clancy, it does kind of imply that someone noticed the drawer was open. put a coin in there and then didn't lock it. But whatever, it's neat. It's just a little moment of hopping back in time to affect change in the present, and it also makes it extremely tempting to do this tape on subsequent playthroughs, since you could use the antique coins later in the game to buy items, so having as many as possible is important. So Ethan, the very smart genius man that he is, sees these three guys crawl into a hole and fucking die, and is like, oh, that's a good idea. I'm gonna go do that too. After a little swim where we find Andre's remains, we come up onto the other side and find Mia. She is absolutely horrified that he is there, and then says this.
Daddy's coming. We need to go. We need to go now.
Sorry. I can't. Oh my god, you can't say that. You can't say that.
Mia attempts to lead them out, but freaks out when they come to a dead end. Ethan turns his back on her for like 10 seconds and she disappears.
Mia?
However, there's now a hole that leads out of the basement, and once you get up there, there's suddenly some weird knocking coming from the basement steps. Okay, so Mia's a zombie. That's pretty fun. She's suddenly like 110% committed to seeing Ethan dead. Fun fact, this fight right here, it's fake. You can literally take your hand off the controller and Ethan will be totally fine. I mean, maybe he gets a little bit more beat up. I can't really test that right now. But he still ends up on the floor with a knife through his hand completely alive, no matter what you do. Mia turns back to normal after this, telling Ethan that someone is inside her.
I can feel her clawing her way back inside of me.
Then Mia pops back up, throws him through an entire wall, rips off a shard of wood, and tries to stab him to death.
Okay, this is hot.
Fortunately for Ethan, there's a random axe lying on the floor. So this is the first fight. It's really hard on Madhouse, but it's super easy on the other two difficulties. Just basically keep hitting her until you finally get her in the neck. Ethan kills his wife, who just a few hours ago was missing and he thought he'd never see again. And this is how he reacts. I'm sorry, I told myself I was gonna be nice. My niece really loves Ethan. He's like her favorite character. But yeah, so like, here's where the lack of reaction kind of starts to bite this character in the ass. Like I said, if he was a silent protagonist, that would be one thing. You could put any emotion onto him. But when he talks, like when words come from his mouth, it's just like, okay, here's this guy's character, and he just gives off the vibes of not giving a shit.
Mia. You made it. I'm glad.
And it shouldn't be like that. Spoiler alert, but Ethan is about to go through absolute hell to get his wife back. He willingly puts himself in a horrifying situation after horrifying situation just to cure her. So the narrative and gameplay is telling me that Ethan is a loving husband who cares deeply about his wife. But the character himself is not showing me that. I'm sorry, but you find your wife who went missing 3 years ago locked up in a flooded murder basement. There is literally a corpse right there, and a list of people who were killed and or tortured. Some say turned, some say dead. Clancy says L for some reason. And your wife's name is on that list. And this is how he reacts?
Mia?
And he doesn't sound particularly emotional when he finally talks to her either.
Oh, thank God I found you. It's me. It's Ethan.
Ethan?
Are you alright?
You shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? You contacted me.
And when she starts to have a meltdown after they try to leave the basement.
Mia,
We gotta get out of here.
Just stay here, alright? I'm gonna have a look around.
I am not blaming the actor for this, by the way. He does a really, really good job in 8, but they also gave him, like, better material to work with in 8. So let's compare the scene where Ethan kills his missing wife in 7 to the scene where he finds out that he is holding the severed head of his missing baby in 8. When the Duke tells Ethan that Rose's head is in the jar, Ethan basically cycles through the 5 stages of grief. Starts off in denial.
This is impossible. This just can't be.
Falls into despair.
Saved from this? Are you insane?
Before switching to anger.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie.
Then we look at him killing Mia, and there's nothing. He kind of looks at his hands a little bit as if to be like, oh god, what have I done? But that's kind of it. Even at 8, when Ethan thinks that Mia died in front of him, you know, he doesn't have as strong of a reaction to Mia's supposed death as he does to Rose, but he at least raises his voice.
Chris? What the hell?
At least he's upset.
Mia. Oh god.
Is he upset here? I can't tell you. And I know you're probably like, well, what do you want then? A 20-minute unskippable cutscene where we see a flashback to Ethan and Mia's entire relationship soundtracked by Ethan's loud, devastated sobs? Yes. But really, if they just had Ethan panting and saying something like, oh no, Mia, oh fuck, oh god, I would not be complaining. But as it is, they seem to want the player to project their own emotions onto him, but that doesn't work because Ethan already has his own emotions.
Okay, fine.
It's just that for some reason, they didn't think to show those emotions in regards to his wife. Like, here's an example from later in the game. Ethan finds Mia in a cage. She seems glad to see him, but he starts yelling at her saying he wants answers.
No more bullshit, Mia. I want some answers.
Suddenly, this creepy guy jumps out and grabs Mia, dragging her away while she shrieks at Ethan to help her. And his only response is,
damn it.
Why does he sound more upset that Mia isn't answering his questions than he is at his wife being abducted right in front of him?
No more bullshit, Mia. I want some answers. Damn it.
I'm glad that they retooled the way they portray Ethan in 8. He feels much more like a real person who actually cares about the people he's trying to save, which is good because that's most of his personality. So after Ethan is done staring blankly at his wife's bloody corpse, the phone starts ringing. Picking it up, we hear the voice of a woman named Zoe.
My name's Zoe.
She teases Ethan a little bit.
You really shouldn't have come here.
And then tells him to escape through the attic.
There should be a way out through the attic.
The door on the other side of the hall is open now, and passing by the room where you killed Mia, you see that she is not there anymore.
Mia.
But you do get this nifty axe. Don't get too excited, you only get it for like 5 minutes, so enjoy the time you have with it. I certainly do. Going out the newly opened door takes you back to the beginning of the house. Uh-oh, who's that skulking around? Probably nothing to worry about. Shit! You know, I have no idea where she jumped out from. She's not in the pantry under the stairs when you pass by there. She must have teleportation powers. She stabs Ethan's hand into the wall with a screwdriver. This is the same hand that got stabbed earlier, by the way. And she goes in to torture him with a chainsaw. This is a very, very important moment in Ethan's life. The first time he ever loses a limb. Surprisingly common experience for him. Ethan stumbles upstairs into the attic. He randomly finds a gun and some ammo, and a ladder that seems to lead out of the house. Except, surprise! Mia and her chainsaw are there. So this is the first, I guess you could call it, boss fight in the game. Again, it's not that bad unless you're playing on Madhouse. Then it's actually the hardest fight in the game. You only get 27 bullets and basically every single one of them has to be a headshot. And this sucks for me because my main folly as a gamer is that I cannot aim. You do get an extra heal hidden behind the door though, so And just in general, definitely use the entire attic to fight her. My first time, I just assumed that I was locked into the room with her, but nah, you have the whole attic. It's really fun to watch her cut through the doors and break down entire walls. I was dying with laughter the first time I saw it. And on easier difficulties, you could usually just position yourself at the end of the hall and shoot her as she comes towards you. Either way though, she eventually drops dead, again, professing her love to Ethan as she does. I like to bend down and give her a little kiss. Mwah. Daddy then suddenly grabs Ethan and caves in his skull.
Welcome to the family, son.
This is the best jump scare in the game, and also, canonically, the moment Ethan dies and becomes a mold man.
You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago. Now do you get it? Your whole body is nothing but mold.
This is revealed in 8, so like it's not super relevant to this video, but I guess him being a mold man does explain why his hand is just stapled on and it's totally fine and functional now. Granted, he did use the mysterious healing liquid to completely heal a stab wound that went all the way through his hand earlier. So, I mean, if they meant for the mold man thing to explain everything, you know, it doesn't. And as I mentioned in the last video, him being dead does add some extra meaning to certain aspects of this game. Like the theme that states, everybody's dead. And Zoe telling Ethan that he isn't allowed to die yet because she needs him.
Come on, don't you die on us now. You have work to do.
In the last video, I was questioning whether or not Ethan's death and revival was planned out in 7 or added later. And since then, I've noticed that one of the newspapers during the credits says there is some indication that the mold could revive the recently deceased, which absolutely points to this plotline being planned out in advance. That's a real obscure hint though, like wow. So Ethan wakes up at a dinner table surrounded by strangers. We got the guy who knocked us out, who was introduced as Jack, a woman named Maguerite, who seems very, very concerned about Ethan eating her food. Eat it, it's good! Some creepy guy named Lucas, who bullies and mocks Ethan.
Dumb son bitch wasn't no good if it hit him!
Yeah! And a barely alive old lady that nobody seems to acknowledge. Jack punishes Lucas for his behavior by cutting his arm off and then attempts to force feed Ethan Marguerite's food. Fun fact, I played the first hour of this game on VR. Joanna thought it would be funny if I got jump scared. The jump scares really didn't bother me.
Just as beautiful as the day we met.
However, the motion did eventually start to make me feel sick and disoriented. So much so that I couldn't really tell what was going on in this scene, and I couldn't quite make out what they were trying to feed me. I thought it was tortellini, so I was confused why Ethan was so disgusted by it. I don't think that's tortellini. Ethan pukes it up, and Marguerite suddenly does a complete 180, screeching in anger and then taking off in a huff.
You're a son of a bitch! Oh, I can't believe it, you son of a bitch!
Jack decides to punish Ethan and cuts open his face. Fortunately, a cop shows up, or calls.
God damn it! I bet it's that cop again.
One or the other, I'm not really sure. And both Jack and Lucas leave to deal with it, leaving Ethan tied up at the table with Grandma. So this is probably the most famous scene in this game, and for good reason. We get all the villains together in one place and have them play off of each other. It's absolute gold. I love it so much. But it's also an extremely obvious homage, right? My cousins and I went to a little party on Halloween last year, and someone put the Texas Chainsaw Massacre on, and I excitedly insisted on watching it, telling my cousins that there was a scene in this game that was based off of it, and that they know it when they saw it. And oh boy, did they.
Where am I?
I actually remember way back when I saw this scene somewhere. I don't know, like it was a preview of the game and someone on a live stream showed it. And I literally said to myself, oh, they just ripped off the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's lame.
Yeah, this was the part where I was like, this is a bit close to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
But I don't really hold that opinion anymore. Although to my utter shock, a lot of people still seem to. But this thing is chock full of movie references. Like I said, Andre's death is just straight up the end of the Blair Witch Project. Mia is probably named after the girl from the Evil Dead remake. In fact, the entire vibe of the game was based off of the Evil Dead.
してモチーフはイビリデッド。イビリデッドのように狭く深く、イビリデッドはご存知だと思うんですけど、登場するのは本当に山小屋一つで、キャラクターも6人ぐらいしか登場しないんだけども、あれで2時間自分楽しませていると。なのように深く狭いコンセプトでホラーの場合を作る。
There's references to Saw.
So you two are gonna play a little game.
I want to play a game.
Jack is apparently named and loosely based off of Jack from The Shining.
僕はやっぱり昔からスティーブン・キング好きだったから、そのシャイニングっていうのがやっぱりそのすごくインスパイアのやっぱ元にあって、でやっぱジャック・ニコルソンがジャック・トランスっていうキャラクターを演じてるんで、両方ジャックなんですよね。でそこからやっぱりジャック・ベイカーって名前を付けたぐらい好きなんで。
References and homages are fine as long as they don't steal the scene word for word. And they don't. This scene serves an entirely different purpose than the one in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The dinner scene in Texas Chainsaw was at the end of the movie. It's arguably the climax, or at least it leads into the climax, where all the villains we have encountered thus far come together, revealing their ultimate motives, and together they torture the final girl. Resident Evil 7, on the other hand, uses the scene in the beginning to properly introduce the villains for the first time.
Who are all you people?
本当に彼らの狂気っていうものが一発でわかるシーンなので、僕はあれが非常に気に入って。
But there are some notable similarities, like the barely alive old person who straight up looks like a corpse, and the tone. The tone of both scenes has a very sharp comedic edge. After I was done playing the game for myself, I watched Joseph Anderson play it, and he found the game hilarious, even saying that it was way funnier than it was scary.
Okay, this isn't a good horror game, but I'm really enjoying this as just this wacky what the fuck is going on game. This is great. I think it's pretty good. I'm enjoying it. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
And based off of what he says while playing 8, it seems that he got some pushback on that.
I'm sorry, man. Like, Resident Evil 7 was like this too, and so many people disagree with me in chat, but it wasn't unanimous disagreement. Resident Evil 7 is a comedy game, man. Like, and this is too. This is so funny.
And while I don't agree that the game isn't scary, oh god, I hate this. I hate when they do this in movies. I 100% totally and completely agree that the game is hilarious.
I forgot about his aunt!
And you know what? The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is funny too. I never see people talking about that. I mean, okay, I'm sure people do. I can't see everything. But by and large, I mostly see people talking about how gritty and realistic the movie feels and how it adds to the horror. I rarely, if ever, see the comedy aspect brought up, but it's there. I mean, for as absolutely horrifying as the dinner scene is, there is also a slapstick routine where the characters cheer on a corpse trying to bash a girl's head in. It's not purely comedic, obviously. The corpse does manage to do some damage, and Sally's life is clearly in danger, but it's also extremely goofy. I always thought that the part where Sally gets captured was really funny. Like, after managing to escape from a chainsaw, she gets taken out by a broom of all things. It makes sense. She's exhausted and caught off guard, but the contrast always makes me laugh. It's like there's this level of absurdity mixed in with the horror, and that does make sense because this is an absurd situation. And these are supposed to be normal people trying to navigate through the absurd situation. And that includes the killers. When I watched the movie at the Halloween party, there were a couple of women in the room we didn't know who were watching it too. I don't think they were enjoying it very much. They were at the very least trying to riff on it. And I remember at the moment where Sally is captured, one of the women said something to the effect of, "Ha ha, he forgot to turn the light off. You better go back or your bills are gonna go up." And then he did exactly that.
Had to lock up and get the lights. Cost electricity is enough to drive a man out of business.
But it's true though. Murderous cannibals they might be, but they're still people with electric bills. It's obviously supposed to be a goofy little moment, but it also does so much to humanize the villains. Same thing with the dinner scene. It's goofy that these guys are cheering on the barely alive grandpa into murdering a girl, but it shows their relationship. It shows how much they respect grandpa and how their family dynamic works.
I've been thinking about letting Grandpa have some fun. You always said he's the best. He's the best, all right.
And the dinner scene in 7 functions the same way. Marguerite's temper is pretty funny, but it shows how she sees herself as the caregiver and how offended she is when her efforts aren't appreciated.
He's not eating it, Jack! He's not eating it!
It's funny when Lucas says "not again" to his hand being painfully sawed off, but it shows how often Jack seems to take it upon himself to punish people who misbehave. However, unlike Ethan, Lucas doesn't seem bothered by his punishment. Losing limbs seems to be a regular occurrence in this household and is a minor annoyance at worst, which is in huge contrast to Ethan, who lost his hand earlier and was extremely traumatized by it. And this also tells us that whoever these people are, they have to be connected to Mia somehow, considering how she literally died from an axe to the throat and then got up 2 seconds later as if nothing was wrong. Grandma is just kinda here, you know, vibing, not really doing much. She's probably fine. And there's this really random musical segment where all the characters come together to sing Somebody to Love by Queen. It's super out of place, but it does show the strong familial ties, and I'm glad it was included. In all fairness to Ethan, he does have a brief moment where he shows he cares about Mia. You know, he wakes up at a cannibal table and the first thing out of his mouth is to ask what happened to her.
Who are all you people? Where's Mia?
That's one of, I think, maybe 4 places where I actually buy that Ethan cares about his wife. So cool. Good job, Ethan. So Ethan's all alone at the table with Grandma. Fortunately, Jack fucking sucks and you escape in like 2 seconds.
You guys did a shit job tying me down.
You can't really do much at the moment, like there are boxes, but you aren't physically capable of breaking them without a weapon. And Jack took all your weapons, so you're shit out of luck. Even more egregious than that is that Ethan is apparently incapable of taking tape off of an electrical box.
What do you mean it can't be removed by hand? Ethan, why are your hands so stupid and dainty? Take the tape off!
So that part in RE8, where Ethan is physically incapable of taking bandage off of a dummy without scissors, that was continuity. That is a consistent trait Ethan has between both games. That his hands are so dainty and delicate.
It was like in the dollhouse where it's like, oh, my hands are too soft, I can't take these bandages off.
And I am continually shocked and appalled that no one ever mentions how present Ethan's hands are in this game. Like, maybe it's because I played RE8 first, so it immediately stuck out to me as different. But in 7, if you get close enough to an object, Ethan just, like, starts petting it.
Oh, his little head. Oh, pet the kitty. Pet the kitty's little paws. Marguerite, I like your cat. Oh! I just pet it up. Oh, he touched Daddy's cat.
That's fucking adorable. It's like Ethan's one redeeming character trait. Okay, I'll stop. And you know how I said earlier that the jump scares in this game with the VR didn't really get me? Granted, Mia suddenly standing up did startle me, but big loud noises don't really scare me that bad. But what did was when I turned this corner and saw Jack standing there.
This is not the... I'm going back to my chair, Papa!
Jack is an extremely intimidating force in this game, and in this part in particular, he is a force to reckon with. You don't have weapons, you have no way to beat him, you just have to run up and down these narrow hallways trying to find a way to escape while he continually beats you to death. I did this part walking backwards and it sucked, but it's really bad in Madhouse. He's like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog in Madhouse. Honestly, the task here is pretty simple. You just have to grab this key off the table, the one he's currently standing in front of, and then open the hatch here and escape. You can literally just bum rush him and grab it. You might take a hit, but the block function in this game is actually pretty decent, so you can easily escape in one piece in just a matter of seconds. But if it's your first time playing and you're going in completely blind, this part is stressful. I actually correctly identified the hatch as the correct escape route pretty early on, but I just kept running past the key over and over and over again. And when you're running around in a complete panic, unsure of what to do, you do get some interesting animations. What is Jack just casually walking through the wall?
Hey, that's pretty cool!
Which is extremely startling if you're not expecting it, but it does serve a helpful purpose later, since you basically have a shortcut now. You don't have to walk through the entire hallway. And if Jack chases you near the table, he will actually stop and smash it, and then immediately he gets frustrated that he just did that. It's great.
God damn! How am I gonna replace this?
After seeing that, I actually thought that the game wanted me to trick Jack into breaking the hatch.
I don't know what to do here. Do I have to get him to smash it somehow? He smashed the table.
I told you in the last video I overthink puzzles. Also, Grandma isn't here anymore, which is interesting. So after escaping through the hatch, you emerge in the laundry room. We're introduced to the box here. Basically, in this game, you have a limited inventory. So you have all these boxes scattered around the property to hold the stuff you don't have room to carry around. The boxes are all connected too, so you just basically have a portal to keep your stuff in. This means that you're constantly backtracking, going back and forth to the box to make sure that you have enough room to pick up key items. Because yeah, if you find a key item you need to progress and your inventory is full, you have to walk all the way to the last box, empty your stuff, and then walk back.
I can't pick up the arm. I need the arm too.
It messes with the pacing a lot when you constantly have to backtrack, and I prefer RE8's way of doing it, where the key items, crafting items, and treasures are stored in their own separate categories, so they don't take up room in your inventory. This is, as it turns out, a retooled version of RE4's inventory system, but it works really well here, and I'm glad that they chose to do this and not stick with what they were doing for 7 and the remake of 2. I will say though that as someone who has played this game dozens of times, managing the inventory does get easier with practice. After a while, you get a sense for how much ammo and heals you really need, and you can better balance how much you should be carrying with you at one time. We don't actually have any weapons at present. While the game does give you back some of the items you had in the beginning, you do not have the axe or the handgun. Unless you earned items from earlier playthroughs. Then you're set. When you're done in the laundry room, you can unlock the door and step out into the hall. Zoe chooses now to call us. Get used to that, Zoe likes to get you as you're trying to leave. She does the whole no time to explain thing, but tells you that you could escape through the house through the main hall.
There might be a way out through the main hall.
Also, just a minor thing, but it's probably worth pointing out, the subtitles for the Zoe calls are off. At least in my game. It isn't anything major, but if Ethan gives a one-word answer, they don't give a subtitle for it.
There might be a way out through the main hall.
All right.
Just a little observation, I don't know. So you're now free to explore this part of the house without incident. You can find a few photos. One is of the married cannibal couple and one is of their son, and they both look pretty normal. This one was from their anniversary, aww. So yeah, they probably weren't always like this. And the other journal entries and photos you find later back that up. A little farther down is a big door locked off with the image of a bull. I think touching this is the thing that triggers the cop to show up. That's how I usually do it during speedruns, at least. So, this part. I'm sorry, I don't have good audio of my initial reaction. We're stupid and took the VR helmet off when I started to get sick and didn't think to unplug it. So the audio sucks for a little while. Yeah, I think I need to take it off. Wow, it's weird not being... But oh my god. So the basic gist here is that a cop, supposedly the one that interrupted the dinner scene earlier, is at the window and starts to question Ethan. The cop tells Ethan, I'm looking for missing people. And Ethan's like, I'm a missing person. And the cop's like, no you aren't.
Look, like I said, we've had several missing persons calls. And I can't rule out that an outsider like yourself may not be involved.
Okay, first of all, him coming to the conclusion that Ethan is suspicious because he's not a local doesn't make any sense. Because shortly after we're done in this part of the house, we find a newspaper article that says almost all of the missing people were vagrants and tourists. So Ethan not being a local should make it more likely that he's a missing person. And this isn't even to mention the stab wounds on his face and that his hand is stapled on.
Several missing persons calls. And I can't rule out that an outsider like...
So basically, this cop is stupid and mildly xenophobic. And while a year ago, I thought that it was just bad writing, I mean, man, I don't know, maybe it was on purpose. I mean, Ethan asked the cop for a weapon, which is kind of a crazy, stupid thing to ask.
Hey, wait. You gotta give me your gun.
You're gonna ask a cop for his gun, Ethan? Really? But he manages to get a knife by playing up how big of a hero the cop will be when he rescues him.
Look, officer.
Deputy.
Right. Deputy. Now, do you want to see my name in the obituaries? Or do you want to be a hero and save my life?
The cop then tells Ethan to meet him in the garage and goes in with stars in his eyes that he's about to crack this case wide open and be a hero, only to die in like 5 seconds from a shovel. Maybe it was supposed to be a joke about stupid cops looking for glory. Who knows? But honestly, it was pretty obvious he was gonna die. Not only do cops usually die in horror movies, but like, you know the old trope that the black guy dies first? Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the only person of color in both of the Ethan Winters games. That's unfortunate. Also, for the record, this dialogue still happens even if you have the Albert gun or the circular saw that you can earn from beating the game. Like, Ethan's all pissed that the cop won't give him a gun when he has a fucking death pistol in his pocket, and he can't figure out how to open the tape with the circular saw. God bless. But alright, so now we're trapped in the garage with Daddy Jack. Fortunately, we could grab the gun off the dead cop, but you aren't actually gonna get anywhere by just straight up shooting Jack. So there are two avenues to go here. Both include this white car. This is Ethan's car, by the way. I don't know why Jack brought Ethan's car into the garage, but left the YouTuber mobile out in the woods. Maybe because Ethan's car was closer to the road? Hey, wait a second. Wouldn't the cop have seen the YouTuber's van and called it in? Whatever, doesn't matter. What you need to do is grab the keys to Ethan's car and start ramming it into Jack. Over and over again. He just kind of stands there and encourages you to do it.
Bring it on!
It's wicked funny. However, if you don't get to the car on time, Jack jumps in it and instead starts ramming into you.
Better start running.
and you have to shoot at him until he crashes. This is regardless of if you're holding the keys or not. In my first playthrough, I was literally holding the keys and running to the car when Jack hopped in and tried to kill me, which doesn't make any sense. The other way this could play out doesn't make any sense either. If you ram into Jack enough times, he hops into the car and forces you to crash in an attempt to kill you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take you for a ride.
This is despite him not having his feet on the pedals. Honestly, these are just nitpicks. This part is a hoot. It's complete batshit, but it's so fun to play no matter which way you end up going. If you want to cheat though, and you've already done a speedrun of this game, the circular saw ends it in like 10 seconds. This is super helpful if you're playing Madhouse. I just couldn't get to the car on time no matter how fast I went, and this was due in part to the fact that in Madhouse difficulty you have to unlock the keys before going to the car. But if you get Jack while he's climbing into the car and you're holding the circular saw, it's basically an instant win. The circular saw is such a good weapon if you can beat the game in under 4 hours. I would highly recommend it. We're not done yet though. Regardless of which way the fight ends up going, Jack ends up in the destroyed car as it catches on fire, and then slowly saunters over to you as he's burning alive. You actually can't leave without picking up the cop's gun. Even if you unlock the Albert gun and are using it instead, you need to pick up the cop's gun. The game does not let you progress until you do. Once you try to go up the ladder, Jack will suddenly appear behind you and force Ethan to shoot him in the mouth.
Fuck!
After that though, you're free to go up the ladder, collect the golden bull, use it on the weird bull door, and enter into the main hall. This is the biggest part of the house. There's a locked door with a Cerberus on it, as well as doors decorated with taxidermied snakes, scorpions, and later on two-headed crows, all of which require a key. One of the scorpion doors has a shotgun behind it. The shotgun is not accessible at the moment, but there is one in the atrium downstairs, which it actually turns out that's not accessible either, since the door locks behind you if you try to take it. And also Grandma's here. Hi, Grandma! There's also this weird little side room with a painting of a dog being attacked by the silhouette of an eagle and a light pointed at it. It's pretty obvious that you're supposed to put an object here and make the shadow of the eagle. You could literally put any object here though, the game will just let you force it with the complete wrong object, as I found out the hard way.
Nice try. Fuck off!
So basically, each one of these taxidermy doors has a specific key that you'll find later, and the Cerberus door requires finding 3 dog heads. The first 2 are wicked easy to find. The third, not so much. You're not gonna find it for a while, so don't worry about it. Instead, why don't we check in with how Mia's doing? She filmed a tape for Ethan, simply called Mia, and is trying to send a message to Ethan while she escapes from Maguerite. Maguerite chases her over the bridge into the old house where Mia has a weird encounter with a child.
Over here, Mommy.
And then has to hide and sneak around from Maguerite before finally being cornered and captured. So I'm not exactly sure when this tape takes place. If you go out into the little porch next to the rec room, you can see Maguerite wandering the grounds with her lantern, obviously calling to someone.
Or is it just at all this? Your manners, my friend.
And heading in the exact direction Mia was when she caught up to her at the beginning of the tape. Meaning the events of the tape are probably playing out right now as we're standing here. However, the tape is literally right here. In fact, you could pick up the tape and then go out onto the porch and watch Maguerite walk across the yard. So, if Maguerite being out here is supposed to be her looking for Mia before the tape starts, how is the tape here already? Also, I'm not really sure how the tape got here in the first place, since Mia gets captured at the end of it. But I mean, it's not really a huge deal. Like the first tape, the parts that don't really make sense don't really bother me all that much. This is honestly probably the most tense out of the tapes, entirely because it's stealth-based and takes place in a location you haven't been in yet, so you have no idea where you're going or where you can hide. If Maguerite finds you, you get a jump scare and sent back to a checkpoint. It is kind of weird that essentially the same thing happens even if you win the game.
Where do you think you're going?
But you know what, whatever. And I know that I've said that the jump scares in this game don't really get me, but one here did. I don't have the footage from this because, once again, we're stupid, but I drove to Joanna's house to try and recreate it for you. Basically what happened was I slipped through this secret passage and stepped out. Maguerite saw me, so I slipped back into the secret passage and shimmied back to the other side of the house. So I was now away from Maguerite. I left her on the other side of the secret passage with no way to get at me. Imagine my surprise then, when I stepped out of the secret passage and she popped up right in front of my face.
Yeah, she doesn't even come running from the direction where it makes sense for her to come from. It's blocked off over there.
And there is no way she came from the direction she was running from. So yeah, she teleported across the entire house just to jump scare me. And I was kind of miffed at the time, but looking at it closer, it seems that the way the game works is that Maguerite will only react to you if you're in her eye level.
Come on, you can do it. Come on. Come on. Jesus Christ!
See this part where I'm clearly in plain sight, but Maguerite does not notice me for the longest time because I'm not directly in front of her and I'm crouching? I was losing my shit laughing here, by the way. But then when she finally does turn in my direction, she instantly comes up on me. It seems that the second you cross into Marguerite's vision, that's it, you're done. Even if you escape, the game has decided that you died because Maguerite saw you, so you get jump scared no matter what. Honestly, all that said though, this part isn't bad once you get the hang of it. I always love hanging out with Maguerite, so it's honestly kind of delightful. And like the other tape, you do get some new information here. You see a crank, which is a tool that you'll need later. Some pieces to build a flamethrower. This photo of Mia and a child. And this tape does teach you how to do the shadow puzzle, since you probably haven't done the one in the main house yet. Pick up this weird little shape and turn it around until you've made the silhouette of the grayed out image in the painting. What is kind of weird, in my opinion at least, is that doing the puzzle in this tape has no impact on if the puzzle is done by the time Ethan actually gets to it. I mean, if Clancy unlocks a drawer, it's still unlocked 3 days later, but if Mia unlocks a secret passage, it's locked up again a few hours later. This tape is, again, like the last one, completely optional, but I usually do the guest house tape because I want to get the coin, because getting the coin gives me a slight advantage later on. It would be cool if this one did the same thing. And I know that that would require a lot of restructuring of the old house area, since picking up the object that you need to do that puzzle triggers stuff to happen. I just don't see the point in doing the same puzzle twice. No twist or change up or anything. It's just the same puzzle twice. Kinda weird, I don't know. But after that, the only thing left to do is head to the end of the hall. There's a broken staircase here that you can use to jump down into the hallway where you first encountered Jack, which is such cool level design. It's such a useful shortcut, especially since it takes you right where the box in the save is. There's also a bathroom here where you can find this weird statuette. After doing the Mia tape, it's pretty clear that, this is for the shadow puzzle downstairs. Unfortunately, this triggers Daddy to suddenly come back into your life. You can outrun him though. Like, you can get there with plenty of time to do the puzzle. No problem at all. Slip between the wall and now you're in a completely new part of the house. You get your first monster encounter in this weird, gross room.
What?
This is the Molded. They're big mold men with sharp teeth and claws. You need to get past it in order to progress, and it's really intense your first time. It moves surprisingly quick and does a lot of damage and takes a fair amount of bullets to take out. Fortunately, you can just run past it. Yeah. It takes a few seconds for it to spawn in, so literally if you don't want to deal with it, just go. And I mean, you might as well. Trust me, you're gonna need your bullets once you get into the basement. There's a couple of moments of moldage just kind of standing there to surprise you as you turn the corner, which is extremely startling. This game does sort of have an over-reliance on jump scares, especially in the first hour or so, but there are quite a few times where they get you with something just standing there waiting for you, and I find that way more effective. There are a lot of places to go in the basement. Like, these people have like the craziest basement to ever exist in the entire world. Like, what the hell? There's a room at the end of the hall that we affectionately called the Chicken Nugget Room, where you can get a whole lot of items, including the Scorpion Key, which unlocks the door back to the main hall, so you don't have to keep slipping through the walls, and lets you access the shotgun in Grandma's room. It's broken, but you can use it to switch with the gun in the atrium. The shotgun is my favorite weapon. Whereas the handgun is kind of shit against the molded, the shotgun has the ability to blow their head off with one shot. And that's pretty important because you have to deal with Travis now. So right before you go into the basement, there's a save room where you can find a note written by a guy named Travis to his girlfriend Courtney. They were apparently abducted by the Bakers sometime before Ethan arrived, and Travis has decided that he's gonna run around and be a distraction so that Courtney might be able to escape. We also find out that it's probably a good thing that Ethan coughed up Marguerite's food, because it was starting to mutate Travis. Anyways, down in the basement, you find another note revealing that Jack caught Travis and gave Courtney to Lucas. And Jack has decided to lock Travis up in one of these drawers until he is done turning. Turning into what? Well. So this is a hooked molded. They're bigger and tougher than a regular molded and are way harder to take out. And this isn't an optional encounter either, since Travis has the key to the dissection room, and there's a note upstairs saying that the last dog head is in the dissection room. My first time, Travis absolutely destroyed me. He ripped off Ethan's leg.
But I literally just used the heal. That was fucking... No fucking way. Every single time. Serious?
Which absolutely pissed me off at the time.
Oh, come on. I just used 2 heals on this. I just used 2 heals on that. I only have 1 left and I only have 3 bullets left. I'm fucked.
But I now have an understanding of what was happening here. Okay, so earlier in the game when you escape from the dinner table and Jack is chasing you around with his shovel, there is a chance that if he catches you, he will chop off your leg. I think it only happens if you get right in front of the trapdoor. That's the only place I've ever seen it happen. After he does this, Jack will literally go to the other side of the room, put down a heel, and go, psst, 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 psst. Come here, Ethan!
You can do it.
And then Ethan will painfully slide over to Jack, apply the heel, and then stick his leg back on. So, I don't know what's really up with this. I mean, okay, obviously it's a tutorial, and that's fine. But, like, from a character perspective, I don't know why Jack would ever do this. It's probably supposed to be the nice, normal Jack coming through and trying to help one of his victims. Or maybe Jack is taunting Ethan by making him drag himself across the floor to save his own life. Because if you don't make it to the heal on time, because maybe you decide to play the game moving backwards for some stupid reason, Ethan will bleed to death. Either way though, I did not see this happen on my first playthrough. As stupid as I was running past the key over and over again, I did not get my limbs cut off by Jack. However, I had just finished playing the beginning of the game, along with Resident Evil 8, both of which had scenes of Ethan getting a limb sliced off, and both of which were scripted. So when Travis ripped off Ethan's leg in the basement, I thought this was scripted as well.
Oh shit. Wow, Travis is fucked up. Oh my god, this leg. Was that supposed to happen?
And I was really, really pissed that this scripted event cost me my last heal.
I made a heal, which I then fucking used, and then his leg got ripped off 2 seconds later, so I had to use another one. I will never forgive him. I'll never forgive Ethan for that. I have 1 heal because somebody had to get his leg ripped off, and Ethan's leg got ripped off by Travis that one time, remember? I had to use 2 heals in the span of a minute. I had never been so angry in my entire life.
But of course, it's not scripted. I was absolutely floored when I watched Nicole Tompkins get through it without her leg being removed. And then I was really embarrassed. Fortunately, I've grown a lot since this unfortunate summer evening, and I can tell you that there is a way to get through this encounter without taking any damage or even using a single bullet. So what you want to do is open Travis's door, then once you see him, turn around and book it. Slam the door. Moldeds cannot open doors. And then after a while, Travis will despawn and you can safely hop back in and get the key. It's shocking how many non-violent solutions are in this game. Getting into the dissection room, we get a short scene where Jack talks to the dead cop, telling him that he's going to help him take down Ethan.
You, my friend, will help me.
Not sure what he's on about, honestly. Like, Lucas uses the cop's body later, but Jack never does. And despite Ethan hearing Jack say that while holding onto the last dog head, he still sees the dog head dangling over a huge drop and goes, "That's totally legit. There's nothing fishy about that at all." And alright, Jack fight round 2. This one is fucking bananas, and is split up into 2 distinct sections. And the first one, you have to fight Jack with whatever weapons you have. Gun, knife, whatever. You can kick these corpses at him. The way the game introduces this is wicked funny.
Pinata, pinata. I was gonna hit it with the knife as a joke. Why did he do that?
Usually if an object has an X on it, it means that you can pick it up, look at it, or Ethan will have a little witty thought about it. Considering we just saw the cop's body a second before and Ethan had a little thought, I just kind of figured that it would happen here. Like, I get it, this is a tutorial bit, and I now know that I can kick bodies, but this also means that Ethan's first thought when he sees a body hanging from the ceiling is to kick it. Like a totally normal and well-adjusted person. Anyways, I couldn't really get the bodies to do anything for me.
But Daddy... that doesn't even do anything!
Maybe because I can't aim. Maybe because I panic. I don't know. You don't need the bodies to defeat Jack. Just hit him with all you got and eventually he'll start mutating and get pissed off, causing him to run to get his giant chainsaw scissors. Which is bad, but Ethan can also grab a chainsaw at this point, and now it's a big chainsaw versus chainsaw fight, which is pretty awesome, and really, really difficult. Jack absolutely wrecked my shit when I played him on normal. I redid this part like 20 times. You just have to keep getting him over and over again with the chainsaw, forcing him to mutate over and over again until he explodes. You also don't have to stick with the chainsaw if you don't want to. You need it to escape the arena, at which point it breaks, so don't get too attached to it. But for the actual fight itself, you can totally use your gun the whole time if you want. Or like, if you have another weapon. Like, if you have, say, a circular saw? I want you to know that when this happened, my jaw hit the floor. This was during Madhouse. Like, the hardest difficulty in the whole game, and this weapon takes him out in just a few seconds. Is it cheating? I mean, probably, but it is extraordinarily satisfying after all the shit Jack puts you through in this game. Especially in Madhouse. He is a beast in Madhouse. And, okay, I know I keep bringing up Madhouse without any real explanation, but I want to make it clear that Madhouse is not just the game but harder. Like, that's what I thought going into it, that the enemies would basically just be bullet sponges. However, when playing the game on normal, I couldn't for the life of me find enough antique coins to get all the items, so I googled where to find them, and was puzzled why there was a separate guide for Madhouse. As it turns out, the Madhouse difficulty rearranges certain aspects of the game. So the thing that makes Madhouse so difficult isn't just that the enemies are harder to kill, it's that the game is different. Enemies appear in places they didn't before, or else they don't appear at all. That somewhat intense introduction to the Hooked Molded, where Travis rips you limb from limb, not here. Travis isn't in the drawer when you open it. It almost feels like a weird prank. You have to finish the game on either easy or normal at least once before Madhouse is even available, so you should have a basic idea of where the enemies come in. So when this gets mixed up, it feels like the rug is being pulled out from under you. And honestly, it's so fun. It keeps you on your toes, that's for sure. And while there are some pleasant surprises, like not having to deal with Travis, there are some moments that just put the fear of God into me. So Madhouse limits your saves. Not terribly. Honestly, by the time I finished, I had a couple of cassette tapes left. But yeah, you do have to keep in mind that you need a cassette tape in order to save now, so you do have to be slightly careful. And I did accidentally spoil for myself that the reason that there are more antique coins in this difficulty is because in Madhouse, there are a bunch of cages in the main hall that have extra items for you to buy. And one of these items is the Scorpion Key, which not only lets you get the shotgun, but also lets you go straight into the basement. And since there's a save room right before the basement, I was thinking that after I defeated Jack in the garage, I could grab the Scorpion Key and just run to the basement save room in order to save a cassette tape. And since I didn't have to do the shadow puzzle anymore, I wouldn't have to go to the bathroom and trigger Jack. It would be easy.
Where's my little Ethan?
When I tell you I was shrieking, I think this was the most scared I'd ever been playing a horror game. And he insta-killed me too. So I had to go all the way back and do the car part again, which was my own fault. But the sheer genius of giving the player a shortcut and then chucking Jack at them out of fucking nowhere. So yeah, anyways, fuck Jack. I'm glad I got to circular saw him. So now that Jack is dead and Ethan has the last dog head in his pocket, it's time to go outside. Going up the stairs, you might hear some humming. So this game has a theme song that it plays at the very beginning. There's like a spooky little music video and everything. It's great. It doesn't appear when you open the game for the first time. You need to close out of it and then enter back in order to trigger it. Which is funny. It's a part of the game people who open it up and play it all in one night would completely miss. It's only for bitches like me who play the game slowly over the course of several months. Except we missed it too because Joanna wasn't shutting the game down all the way. I only knew it existed because of Nicole Tompkins.
Whoa, I'm getting a whole trailer I didn't get the first time.
I also just busted right through when Grandma was humming it.
That lovely singing.
And Grandma stops humming it when you get too close. Oh, she's so shy. There's actually a spooky little moment I also completely missed my first time. Once you walk far enough past Grandma and turn towards the scorpion door, Grandma will start humming again. But if you look back at her, she'll be gone. Totally normal. Nothing weird about this at all. Going outside, there are a few items littering the yard. The best one is actually hidden under the porch. It's a repair kit. It's obviously for the broken handgun the game gives us like a minute later, but I always go for the broken shotgun at Grandma's room. Like, I don't have the patience for all this switcheroo with the atrium. I just really love the shotgun, and the broken one is the superior model. The only real place to go at this point is the trailer. This is Zoe's trailer. She lives on her parents' front lawn like Beck from Victorious. And I know this is her trailer because...
What the fuck, Ethan? What the fuck? It's a bra! Maybe it's Zoe's.
Like, I'm sorry, why is this here? I just... why is Ethan touching strangers' bras? Like, for all Ethan knows, she could be underage. They had to model this, and okay, you know what? Move it on. Zoe calls you and finally explains some shit. She says that her family, and Mia are all infected, and Ethan needs to help her find a cure so that she and Mia can escape.
So if we get this thing, I can help Mia and we can get out of here?
She tells Ethan that there's some kind of cure in the old house. Apparently, this was the old Baker house. Like, it was where Jack's ancestors lived, and then Jack and his family built a new house. I don't think I can properly describe how comically large these people's property is. And it's been pretty horribly damaged. It's partially flooded and just absolutely covered in bugs. Big, gross, giant bugs.
Fuck. Jesus, fuck!
I'm not actually scared of bugs, but I did get a lot of joy out of making Ethan hit the spiders with a knife. But, like, they are kind of annoying to deal with, and they're hard to shoot. You can make the flamethrower at this point. It's super useful for just burning the bugs away, along with their nests, but otherwise, I don't really find it to be a super useful weapon. You can just blast away the nest with a shotgun. Like, it's totally a waste of shotgun ammo, but, like, you could. You also get the croaky at this point, which means that we can get the grenade launcher, unless your inventory is full.
I loved the grenade launcher in Resident Evil. I'm gonna keep myself.
The croaky also unlocks this door that Maguerite left a nice helpful note in front of.
Nobody touches my sacred altar. Wow! No one touches your sacred altar. I don't think that's what she I wish you'd never been born. What is with the random capitals, girl? I wish you'd never been born.
Maguerite is really not happy with us trying to get into her shit. We actually kind of take the role of an intruder here. She's hunting us around the house like Jack did, but it mostly just seems to be that she doesn't want us to touch her stuff.
I told you to get out! It's time!
There's this weird little fetus thing in her shrine, and apparently the mold that has affected the Bakers and Mia is known as the E-series variant. And in order to cure it, they need some body parts from the previous variant, known as the D-series variant. That seems wrong, but I don't know enough about science to dispute it. Zoe apparently already has the D-series head.
Head? I think I have that around here somewhere.
You do?
And encourages Ethan to look around the rest of the house for the D-series arm. Unfortunately, it seems to be locked off and can only be opened with a lantern. And do you know who has a lantern? Oh, Maguerite Baker, my beloved. I know I said that about Lady D too, but this is different. Lady Dimitrescu is the love of my life, and Marguerite is... I just think she's adorable.
All right, you little cocksucker! Let's get down to business!
Oh, right. This needs some explanation. So in a sense, Lady Dimitrescu and Maguerite Baker are pretty much the exact opposite of each other. Lady Dimitrescu is tall, very tall in fact, and was painstakingly designed to be beautiful and elegant and at least a little bit sexually attractive. You know, like I've said it before, but they didn't have to make her boobs that big. That was a choice. Maguerite Baker, on the other hand, is presented as being smaller and hunched over, and everything about her is a disgusting, twitching mess. Lady D is extremely dignified and seems to pride herself on her composure and emotional control, and seems almost embarrassed whenever her anger gets the better of her.
I must get hold of myself.
Maguerite Baker starts shrieking and raging when we don't like her cooking.
Shit, he's not eating, Jack! He's not eating! Shut the hell up, Marguerite!
Marching up and down the halls, screaming swear words I don't think I've ever heard before.
Fucking shit, huh? Show yourself!
And it's delightful. It always makes me laugh that this little old lady is just wandering around in a sunken house screaming the most vile shit she can think of at the top of her lungs. Her actress, Sarah Coates, apparently based her performance off the way her mother used to yell at her.
My mom, when she gets mad at me, she gets this really, like really low, almost gravelly, kind of sultry, mean thing. And then we worked with a vocal coach, so I kind of mixed Mississippi Southern with my mom yelling at me.
Which is amazing, but it's also extremely fitting because for all the differences between Lady Dimitrescu and Maguerite Baker, there is at least one extremely significant similarity between them, and that is that they're both middle-aged mothers who have bug children.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters.
Now, obviously, Marguerite has a couple of biological children, as well as one other one that we'll get to later, but aside from the dinner scene and the Mia tape, we almost exclusively see her interacting with the insects, whom she refers to as her babies.
I'll feed you to my babies and fertilize the garden with what was left.
And that is actually somewhat literal, because during her boss fight, she gives birth to a bunch of bugs.
Marguerite can sometimes. She does give birth. I didn't get to finish reading it. No. I just started laughing when it says she gives birth to bugs.
And motherhood is central to both of these ladies' characters. Lady Demetresque is thrown into a homicidal rage after you kill her children.
You lay your filthy man hands on my daughters!
And Marguerite, well, Marguerite is the mom. That is who she is. She is the mom of the family. And whereas in a lot of stories a character just being a mom would be considered bad writing, I think it works here, entirely because of the contrast between her maternal loving side and the mutated monster side. Or, more accurately, the loving maternal side that still exists under the mutated monster side. Look at the first time we actually meet Marguerite. We've been told already that she was, at the very least, pretty chill.
Not hillbillies, the Bakers. Jack and Marguerite Baker. They were quiet, not backward.
And we see a photo of her with her husband and children years before the events of the game. Also, I think maybe this pot with the bugs on it was supposed to be foreshadowing to her, but we aren't formally introduced until Ethan wakes up at the dinner table. At this point, Jack has already punched us out, as well as killed at least one person in a tape that we watched, and Lucas's first lines are mocking and throwing food at us.
Some bitch wasn't no good if it hit him.
But Marguerite is almost kind to us.
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time for supper.
She affectionately teases us for sleeping in and urges us to eat the meal that she made especially for us.
Eat it. It's good.
And when her son starts acting cruel to Ethan, she scolds him. No real anger, just surprised that he's being a bully to the new member of the family.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jack has a pretty intense reaction to this, but Marguerite doesn't show the more abrasive part of her personality until Ethan refuses to eat her cooking.
You're a son of a bitch!
Which is hilarious. She's offended that she went through all this effort to make him this delicious meal to welcome him into their home, and he doesn't even want it.
Shit, he's not eating it, Jack! He's not eating it! Shut the hell up, Marguerite! For him!
That's such a mom thing, at least for me. I know there have been times where I would bring someone to the house and my mom would excitedly make them a meal, only to become salty when I tell her that we already ate. It also brings to mind that thing grandmothers do, where like they cook a ton of food when you come to visit and then like insist that you eat all of it. This is a universal part of growing up with a parent that is amplified by her mutation. This is the entire basis for the bedroom DLC, that Marguerite has tied Clancy to her bed and is trying to make him eat the meals that she made for him. Like, look at this. Look at this tiny little woman coming in with this giant pot full of food that she lovingly crafted for her guest.
Don't that just smell like heaven? I made it specially for you.
Look how proud she looks at her cooking. Listen to how concerned she is that he isn't eating anything, and he must be so hungry.
I figured you still hadn't eaten yet, so I brought something else for you.
If it wasn't for the bugs and the intestines and the stabbing, this would be the most wholesome thing to ever happen in a horror game. She just genuinely wants to feed her family.
She's so cute! Look at how happy she is!
See also the Mia tape, when Mia is trying to escape from Marguerite, and Marguerite is literally screaming, "We loved you and fed you and gave you a place to live, and you treat us like this?"
We open our home. We open our hearts.
Or in the extremely aggressive note she left for Zoe, where she very explicitly expresses hurt that Zoe seems to think that she is better than her parents and seems to want to leave them.
You're always looking down on us and trying to leave our home after everything everything we've done for you.
These are extremely understandable sentiments for a mother to have, that her sacrifices aren't being appreciated and her family seems to look down on her and want to leave her home despite how much she's done for them. It's just that the situation is kind of bonkers. It isn't that Mia and Zoe hate Marguerite, it's that they're trapped in a hell house against their will and want to leave to find help. But Marguerite is filtering that through the lens of a disheveled housewife and instead sees it as her family members rejecting and disrespecting her. Through these little moments, we get to see through the mutation and get a glimpse of the woman trapped underneath. And yes, obviously, there isn't a deep and complex character under there. Like I said, Marguerite is just the mom. They don't really give her much else. I mean, we know Jack has a brother, we know he has a hobby, he was in the Marines, he apparently has a drinking problem.
It's bad enough that Jack gets drunk every night.
But the most we know about Marguerite is that she cooks and she grows herbs.
I grow them in my garden so you know they're fresh.
She also apparently doesn't even know how cooking with wine works.
Wine? Wine? Why would I put wine in there? It's bad enough that Jack gets drunk every night. I'm not about to have my guests get liquored up with him.
I don't know if that's just the people who wrote this game not knowing how cooking with wine works, or if that's just supposed to mean that she's a bad cook. I don't know. Debate amongst yourselves. But through the lens of seeing what she's become, her just being a mom is honestly really tragic. The Bakers were completely normal people before what happened. Marguerite was just a mom. Jack was just a dad. They were just a family, and then something happened to change that. I have my issues with the DLC daughters that I'm going to be getting into later in the video, but one thing it does extremely well is showcase the horror and tragedy of watching two completely normal people turn into monsters. Jack and Marguerite have this little banter right in the beginning, and it's the most normal thing in the world.
Always wanted to run a bed and breakfast.
Got your big break, didn't ya?
It sounds like something that any couple of 25 years would say, and that Marguerite has the most mob line ever.
Good night for soup, don't you think? Excuse me, Lucas.
So then suddenly watching her and Jack start to hurt themselves, each other, their children, it's honestly really sad. Marguerite has just this absolutely devastating moment where she briefly snaps back into reality and begs Zoe to run.
Here! Take it! Take it! Go!
But you know something that bothered me here? Or, well, like not just here, but all the Lost tapes where Marguerite appears, is that they made it so that she attacks people by vomiting bugs on them. This never happens in the main game. In the Mia tape, she rushes and jump scares you. In the old house, she sends her bug babies after you using her lantern.
Come here, my pretty!
And in the greenhouse, she jumps on you and rips out your throat with her teeth. The only time bugs ever leave her body is, well, during the boss fight when she's giving birth to them. Which I honestly thought was a disgusting choice the first time I played this. Like, why the fuck did you design an enemy whose super visible and fertile crotch you have to shoot? But then after a little while, I was like, you know what? I think I get it. Just a warning, we're about to get into pretentious territory. I was trying to explain this to Joanna and she told me I was overthinking it. But like, I don't know, like, design choices are made for a reason. So why not try to figure it out? Marguerite's whole character is that she's a maternal figure, right? That's pretty well established. She's the mom and she loves to take care of her family and the people who are about to become her family. And it's pretty obvious that Jack and Marguerite are pretty far gone. They're basically rotting mold people at the point Ethan encounters them. And of course, rotting people attract bugs. And while Marguerite may resemble a giant bug, she isn't actually one. The concept art shows her as literally ripping apart and becoming a huge bug, but in the finished games, she's still very human. She's just very rotted and mutated and infested. So my interpretation is that Marguerite saw these tiny creatures crawling all over her body, and because she's just so loving and maternal, she decided to nurture them and give them a home. Her giving birth to the bugs then is symbolic of her maternal nature shining through, despite how corrupted and monstrous she's become. Despite everything, Maguerite is still just a mom. She just goes about it in a different way than she used to. And this is why her vomiting up bugs in the DLC bothers me, because it means that she is just a walking bug factory, and even more than that, that the bugs just kind of appeared. The second Maguerite starts to mutate, like the exact second, she has bugs coming out of her body. Granted, we do hear her gently telling the bugs that they are welcome to live on her.
I know.
So my interpretation isn't completely bunk. But yeah, this comes off less like Maguerite making a choice to take care of the bugs, and more like this is just a side effect of the mutation. Either way though, Marguerite's boss fight is fucking intense. It's honestly a blast to play.
This is so fucking cool, actually. Look at her on the ceiling. This is great. I love this.
Admittedly, I was disappointed that she didn't mutate further.
I mean, that was a lot of fun. I wish there was a little bit more of it. Like, oh, that was great. I wish it went on for like 5 more minutes. God, okay. I think it was enough. You wanted more of that? Yeah.
The only other boss fights we had at this point were with Chainsaw Jack and Mia, and neither one of them mutated very much either. So I was just kind of like, oh, are we not doing that in this game? But I've changed my mind on this. Marguerite is mutated just as much as she has to be. Her boss fight takes place over an entire house, and she could be anywhere. Crawling on the roof or ceiling, hiding in the fireplace, lumbering around on the floor beneath you, slowly hulking towards you from the next room over. So there's just huge portions of this fight where you're running around not sure where she is, and then all of a sudden you get a glimpse of this. The fact that she still has the general shape of a human, while certain parts of her body, a la her arms and her unmentionables, are blown up in proportion and her movements are much more insect-like, makes it so that seeing her silhouette coming at you from the dark is just a viscerally terrifying thing. And it doesn't matter how many times I play this, I always jump at least one time during this boss fight. This is an example of the Uncanny Valley, that something can look just human enough that you recognize it as a person, despite the fact that something is clearly off about it. This is why dolls and mannequins are such a common fear. They're shaped like humans, but have lifeless, drawn-out expressions. And honestly, Marguerite already fell into the Uncanny Valley well before her boss fight. Most of the bakers did. Their faces are fake-looking, almost kind of plasticky. Their eyes never really feel like they're looking at you, and there is just something so weird and off-putting about their mouths. I don't know, their teeth just look weird. I initially chalked this up with the game being at least somewhat dated. Obviously, 2017 wasn't that long ago, but technology has been evolving at such a rapid pace that it's easy to look back on something from even just 5 years ago and see all the flaws that have since been worked out. But then I realized that that couldn't possibly be the case, because Mia and Zoe look fine. More than fine. Like, the fuck, Mia, have you been conditioning your hair in your basement dungeon? I sleep at a wrong angle and my hair becomes a huge rat's nest. What is this? But other than that, like, the textures look good and there's nothing unsettling about them at all. But then I was like, okay, well, obviously this is because Zoe and Mia almost entirely appear in scripted scenes. Having the graphics look amazing across the board isn't exactly cost efficient. This is why most cutscenes look better than the gameplay. But I don't think that's quite it either. The bakers appear in plenty of scripted scenes and they look just as horrifying. Even more so because most of the spooky faces I showed earlier were from scripted scenes. And Mia appears in plenty of scenes that aren't cutscenes. They're scripted, but you're still walking around with her. However, depending on your playthrough, you'll have at least 2 fight scenes with Mia. And you know what? She looks fucked up in the fight scenes. She's got a weird fucked up face like the Bakers do, which might be evidence for the cutscenes looking nicer if it wasn't for the fact that fucked up face Mia has 2 scripted scenes where the player barely has any input at all, and the game also makes it abundantly clear both during these scenes and the fight scenes that nice Mia and fucked up looking Mia are 2 very distinct entities.
No, you didn't mean to hurt me.
Have done that!
You can see it very clearly when Ethan hits her with the axe. The fucked up Mia fades away and reveals the normal looking Mia with the nice textures and normal teeth. So this was a purposeful decision. They give the villains weird plasticky looking faces in order to make them less than human, and that there is something intrinsically wrong with these people. There's also the fact that the introduction of each of these characters' respective sections are always kicked off with a zoom in on their face. Some of these close-ups are accompanied by loud noises, but a lot of them are just quiet shots of the face that linger for just a little bit too long. And granted, this probably because this game is compatible with VR. It didn't start off as a VR game. I know it's a very popular theory to explain the jump scares.
Someone said that it was meant to be a VR game, and then they just rolled that up into a Resident Evil game and just kind of sold it as that, with a bunch more polish than they were planning.
But as far as I could tell, this game was built from the ground up to be a Resident Evil game. But nonetheless, it being a VR game did definitely affect the final product. VR or not though, I do believe that the uncanniness of the faces was purposeful and it does add on to the horror. Anyway, shooting Marguerite enough causes her to calcify and die, and we finally get her lantern. I don't know where she was keeping it this whole time, but alright. You know, this was a lot of effort to go through for a simple weights puzzle. I mean, couldn't any object that weighs about the same be put here? I mean, yeah, it's a video game. Like, I know logically the shadow puzzles make no sense, but that never really bothered me. My complaint here is that this is one of the craziest boss battles in the game, and the entire reason it happens is that Ethan doesn't have critical thinking skills. Marguerite could have lived. Add that to my list of reasons Ethan sucks. So this whole area is a weird, moldy nursery complete with creepy notes and a threatening child voice.
Stay away.
Crawling into the tunnel, we find the D-series arm. Hopefully there's enough room in your inventory. After getting that, you turn around and...
There's a kid. There's a kid. There's a kid.
A child.
Boy, talk about how sometimes something just standing there is scarier than something jumping into your face, huh? This was arguably the biggest scare in the game. And while the child herself runs away, everything is somehow even worse and more fucked up now. But honestly, what it really comes down to is a few moldeds wandering around. Shotgun really comes in handy here, trust me, but you can also completely just outrun the last one. Also, tip for speedrunners, there are 2 phone calls coming up and you could just completely skip them. Run past the first one and then step into the trailer and step out. But if you actually care about the story, Zoe is excited to hear that you got the arm and tells you that she's going to meet you in the trailer. She is not in the trailer. And when the phone rings, it's Lucas on the other end.
Hey, buddy!
Turns out he kidnapped both Mia and Zoe and invites Ethan to come and get them.
But only if you participate in a little, activity I put together. Just for you!
He directs us to the fridge for a hint. Oh shit, is that the cop's head? That's gnarly. Lucas has put the rest of the cop's body in the dissection room, so when you're fuck! Damn, once again, sometimes something just sitting there is terrifying. I always forget she's there, and I almost always jump when I'm doing a speedrun. But speaking of jump scares... So this is the proper introduction to the 4-legged molded. I hate these little bastards. They're probably the hardest of the moldeds to deal with because they jump around all over the wall, so they're hard to shoot. But if you have the circular saw... Ethan makes his way to the dissection room and has to reach his hand down the dead cop's throat to fish out a key. This is the snake key, giving you access to the last few locked rooms in the house, namely the kids' room and the parents' room, where you find 2 key cards that give you access to Lucas's weird disco rave he has going on in the front lawn. The kids' room actually leads up to the attic, where you can pick up the happy birthday tape. So this tape features Clancy again. I guess after he was captured by Jack in the first tape, he was given to Lucas to torture. At least in the main game, there's a lot more to the story as revealed in the DLC. First impressions here. Is the camera duct taped to his head? This was present in the first tape too. It's not nearly as obvious, but I sure as hell noticed because I stare at shadows, I guess.
You know what's funny? Is my shadow's not holding a camera.
But yeah, no, this is, he is definitely not holding the camera. And it definitely doesn't make sense for him to be filming anyways. Okay, so like in the first tape, he was the cameraman for a YouTube show. I totally buy him not putting the camera down. Like, it seems like a thing a YouTuber would do. And Mia was trying to find a way to communicate with Ethan. I would have definitely dropped the camera the second Maguerite showed up, but I guess I could buy her holding onto it for dear life. You know, maybe she thinks it's the only hope to reach out to her husband. But personally, if a serial killer stuck me in an escape room, I don't think I'd be walking around filming the whole time. I totally buy Lucas wanting a record of someone going through his escape room, which does seem to be the purpose of this video based on the note in the very beginning. But I don't know why he's trusting Clancy to record the whole thing.
And remember to smile! This story is for you!
Fuck you!
It would be really cool if this whole tape was played in third person through security footage, but I also get that making a new model just for that would be a bit much. And also that a lot of the horror in the scene does come from it being in first person. Clancy getting his arm carved up from a scary clown robot wouldn't be nearly as harrowing if you were watching it from the other side of the room. Plus, opening the tape with a guy's wrists being bound does immediately set a certain tone. So yeah, once again, I'm not mad at it. I'm not even mad at how dumb and unrealistic a lot of the shit in this escape room is. So basically, Clancy has to get a lit candle onto this cake.
Take the candle, light it, and put it on the cake.
But whenever he walks into the cake room, he gets sprayed by water, which douses the flame. So you need to figure out a way to turn off the water. One thing I like about this puzzle is that it does kind of use some obvious logic, I guess you could say. Like, water washes off shit, fire burns rope, fire burns paper, fire pops balloons, which is super fun, but don't waste your time getting all of them. There's no achievement. But there's also a lot of dumb game logic in here too. Like, Clancy doesn't feel the nails in the balloon before he blows it up, or he doesn't think to wipe the telescope off on his shirt, or probably the most egregious is that he doesn't cover the flame with his hands or any other object before going under the water, which would literally save his life, since going through the whole puzzle ends in Clancy burning alive. You can nitpick this part to death, and I absolutely have, but I don't have enough anger in my heart to start demanding that horror games align with real life. Especially since this part did manage to scare me to some extent. I like the misdirection where you think that the clown, which has obviously been programmed to write some word, is going to be using Clancy's blood as ink, which would already be pretty morbid, but then it just grabs his arm and starts carving into it instead. I don't think the clown would have the strength to do this, and the fact that Clancy just happened to be standing in the exact right spot for this to work is way too big of a coincidence. But I don't care, because having grown up seeing Cherry Falls and girls getting words carved into their bellies, off screen, but still, it was there. This mildly horrified me. I didn't actually realize how bad it scared me until later on when we were playing the Chris DLC and we came across the clown again.
No! No, I've had enough!
Same thing with the burning scene. Growing up watching Harper's Island, I am very squeamish about burning scenes. And even though the acting here is like... I'm not one to judge. I've never been on fire. And who knows, maybe the brain takes a few seconds to process what's going on. but I also feel like he is severely underreacting. Nonetheless, it scared me anyways, and the fact that you can't turn the water back on to douse the flames is a nice touch. There's a little moment before this where you have to burn a doll that has you written on it, and I didn't really pay any attention to that my first time because, like, obviously it was just Lucas being an edgelord, but it is a chilling thing to notice on a second playthrough. So you know, despite its flaws, I like this part, entirely because of my own feelings, but if we can't experience art through our emotions, then what's even the point?
Happy birthday!
Anyways, so now that we have both of the key cards, we're able to enter Lucas's stupid party barn. There's some flashing black lights in here. It's illuminating a bunch of splatters and spots all over the floor and walls. Is this blood? Other liquids? Lucas gives me bad vibes, man. I'm pretty sure it started when he grabbed Mia.
You mind if I borrow mommy for a little bit?
I'm sorry, you can't just drag a woman screaming off into the distance and be like, I'm gonna borrow mommy for a while. Like, that sounds like you're gonna do something, unsavory.
And we found this note about him making some college girls rotten.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I didn't process a note in the basement during my first playthrough because I was too focused on trying to solve the puzzle, but on my second playthrough, I was appalled. Do whatever you want with his girl? I'm sorry, fucking what? And I know the intended implication here is probably supposed to be that he was putting these women in his bizarro saw traps, but we do have that list of victims that we found in the beginning, and out of all of them, Clancy is the only one with the L next to his name. The L might stand for Lucas. It could mean that he took the L in this case being lit on fire, but no other victim has that L next to their name, meaning that, at least in the main game, Clancy is the only victim that Lucas has experimented on. But obviously going into the DLC, we know that that isn't true because there's another victim named Hoffman who dies to one of Lucas's traps. And Courtney, this is Courtney by the way, Travis's girlfriend, doesn't appear on this list at all. So yeah, admittedly, this list isn't really the best source of information, and we don't really know what happened to Courtney. But I also think that saying that the game didn't intend for Lucas to be a pervert is inaccurate, because in the Daughters DLC, there's a note in the attic where Lucas admits to staring at his sister while she does yoga, and she calls him a pervert. So, like... But even without that, these notes were enough to make me extremely nervous about where the Lucas area was going, especially since he had our wife as a hostage.
Let me talk to Mia.
I remember creeping around the hallway and seeing a naked mannequin in the corner of my eye and getting really, really nervous.
Please be a doll, okay. I am very concerned about where this is going. He gives me bad vibes. There was a note that said he ruined a couple of girls. Like, what could that most possibly be?
And I started to get eager to kill Lucas. I was chomping at the bit to see that asshole dead.
I do look forward to avenging those 2 college girls you ruined. Ah, Jesus.
You shoot him, like right now.
Well, I know. Why don't I? No, come here. Come here.
Come here.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
And as we started to progress deeper into his weird barn, that eagerness just grew. 'Cause yay! Now we have to deal with tripwires and bombs. And then there's this box on the stairs.
Oh!
This box fascinated me, because I am a pretentious weirdo.
Because the thing is those boxes are sort like, they're obviously part of the game, but they're like not quite like part of the world. Like, they're just there for the player's benefit. So for a character to do that, they'd have to be somewhat like aware.
And this is my video, so I get to be as pretentious as I want. So the thing about items in video games is that depending on the game they appear in, and I guess also the context, they definitely have a questionable canonicity. I mean, sure, all the items in Undertale are canonically the remains of murdered children, but like, why would Lady D have ammo littered all over her house when neither her nor her daughters use guns? Why would she have a heel next to her bed when she can't get injured. And yeah, I guess you could come up with some kind of explanation, like, oh, that ammo was just left there by that guy who tried to assassinate Lady D, even though he was using a knife. You know, maybe he tried using a gun first, and that's why there's a sniper rifle in the attic. Or that Lady D keeps a heal around in case her daughters get cold and they get injured. But in reality, there isn't an explanation. It's just that the game devs knew that you, as a player, needed items, so they put those items into the game for you to find. And it's the same thing with the boxes. The Baker family did seem to have a fascination with guns and hunting before they were corrupted, so the ammo makes sense for them. But what reason would they have to take that ammo, as well as a bunch of heals they definitely shouldn't have because they have regenerative powers, and carefully pack them into boxes and scatter them around the property? There isn't one. These boxes weren't placed here by the Bakers, they were put here by the devs so that the player can collect items. But despite that, Lucas knows about the boxes, and he knows that Ethan has been running around smashing them looking for items. So he uses these boxes as a trap in order to terrorize and possibly kill Ethan. I think the terrorizing is more of the goal, because after you realize these boxes can be booby-trapped, you become really nervous about smashing any more of them.
I love the fact that the game is making me doubt if I take these now. Like, I hate it, obviously, but, like, that was some good shit that they did with that. I just did it.
It's actually way more common to just shoot the boxes and waste ammo instead of risking being blown up. Which is kinda cool, first off, that Lucas is apparently a character who is aware that he's in a game. Lucas is sans! But more importantly, that the game took this previously helpful mechanic, something the player was always eager to do because it always helps, and added in the chance that it will hurt instead, making this previously mindless low-risk, high-reward task suddenly a gamble. And then you get to the end of the hall, and you see in this room is an item box. Up until this point, the only time you ever see these boxes, they are accompanied by a save.
There, this is a fucking save room!
And save rooms are, well, they're safe. The monsters can't follow you in there, you can't get hurt at all. Sure, there's some tripwires blocking the way, but it's easy to assume that once you're in there, you don't have anything to worry about. But nope. Not only is there no save, but you can also die in here.
That was great. I like that. Oh!
I'm not saying that the game removes your safety entirely in this area, because there is one actual save room in this area. No tricks or anything, it's a legit save room. But I appreciate the purposeful misdirection of having the box in plain view, and then the game suddenly turning things that previously represented health and safety into death traps that made you second guess yourself constantly. There's a combination door here, so after surviving certain death, you gotta go looking for the combination. This leads to a battle royale sequence where Lucas traps you in the barn and forces you to fight a molded. It's a new kind of molded too, known as the fat molded. Our first time experiencing this guy, we found him super cute.
Look at him, that's really cute!
After playing a dozen more times, I am proud to announce that I fucking hate this thing. The four-legged molded is harder to deal with, but at least it's pretty easy with the circular saw. You know, if you wanna cheat. There's no cheating with this bastard, though. It takes a lot to take him down, and even keeping your distance from him can still result in you getting sprayed. I'm kinda surprised that the game didn't build on this battle royale more, honestly. I mean, you only fight one molded. It's a hard one, but it's still only one. Maybe it was intended at one point that you'd have to fight a few regular moldeds, and then the fat molded was the grand finale, but as it is right now, it just feels weirdly short to me.
Alright, now what? He was the best boy. I have a feeling something terrible is about to happen. Yeah. Was that it? That couldn't have been it.
Would have been cool if Madhouse had Lucas send out a few more in the elevator. That seems like the kind of thing Madhouse would do. But they just have an extra fat molded instead. Which, just let me be clear though, is a fucking trial in and of itself. Jesus Christ. And look! It's Clancy! Aw, he's all crispy. Aw, he's giving us the code. And the code is a reference to Stephen King.
Or, Stephen King.
Thanks, buddy!
Buddy, this is a test
of skills, so no cheating. That shit you're carrying, get rid of it.
What the fuck? No, it's okay, Lucas. I don't have anything in my fuck. Guess I'll just have to use my bare hands just like God intended. Ah, man. Oh, no. Ah, shit.
Have a nice day.
This is what the happy birthday tape was teaching you. Not specifically how to complete this escape room, because if you just go through the motions the same way Clancy did, you'll just die again. But if you played the tape and already know the code, you can just type it in first thing, get the faucet, and turn off the water without having to go through any of the torture and pain that Clancy went through. I mean, you could still torture Ethan a little bit if you want. The really important part is that you don't take the winding key out of the barrel and cause the oil to spill out onto the floor.
The reason he died was because he didn't know the code to get in the other room. And he had to pull this out, which caused oil to get all over the floor. So when the cake exploded, it caused that to ignite. Okay, so we don't do that.
Long as you don't do that, when the cake explodes, a fire will not start, and Ethan will not burn alive.
Motherfucker! You're supposed to die!
You can't use this to save Clancy, though. You can play the tapes over and over again, but even if you know the code, Clancy doesn't. So you aren't even allowed to try until Clancy gets the code for himself. We actually see this happen with the door that leads into the happy birthday room. If you've played the game before and already know the code, typing it in will trigger the game to use a different code. I wanted to push this as far as I could to see how many codes that they would generate. Like, if I punch in both the original and the replacement code, do they have a third one up their sleeve? And the answer is yes. But that's it. They only let you type in one code while Lucas is taunting you, and another one after the log thing swings down. But yeah, they have a contingency plan for anyone trying to outsmart them and skip the barn area. Just because you know the passcode doesn't mean that Ethan does. So the game will shut you down just to make you as blind as Ethan is in that moment. But since Ethan watched the tape, he does know the code to skip the happy birthday puzzle. What's wild though is that just like the other tapes, this tape is completely optional. You don't have to do it. You could just straight up go into the happy birthday room without ever having learned the code. And if that happens, well, you die. And the game takes you right back to the beginning to try again. I found 2 different playthroughs where that happens.
No way. I know what it could. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm all the way back at the goddamn beginning?
But now, because you've played through and lost, you know the code.
We know the word. Yeah, no, we literally know the word. I don't even need him. I don't even need to open the barrel. I don't even need to make it flammable in there. I can literally just go for it, can't I?
Allowing you to bypass the oil and escape. So since the only way Ethan would know the code in this instance is because he learned it before dying, that means that in this very specific situation, Ethan Winters has either canonically come back from the dead or has like the Undertale rewind powers where he's able to remember something that happened in a completely different timeline.
I just have to use my like my telekinetic abilities. Oh shit! Oh fuck, I've got knowledge from the future, baby!
And don't get me wrong, I prefer this over blocking off the lock until either you watch the tape or get the code carved into your arm. I don't think that the tape should be mandatory. It would be super tedious to have to do them on every playthrough, especially if you already know the information the tapes are teaching you. Plus, it would be extremely annoying to stop everything and look for a TV, or have to walk all the way back up to the attic if you haven't even picked the tape up yet.
Oh, and a happy birthday tape. Okay, no matter what, I'm gonna have to come back for this, so I'll just go for now and then come back later.
And that's only if you knew that you missed a tape.
You should have watched the tape. There was no tape. I don't know what you mean. There was no tape.
The idea of wandering around the entire Baker property trying to find the one thing you missed that would allow you to progress through this section, or even worse, doing the happy birthday area over and over again, trying to figure out what you're doing wrong, sounds just torturous. So no, this is definitely for the best. It's just super funny to me that depending on how you play, Ethan outsmarts Lucas with the power of alternate timelines. Like, this is Happy Death Day or something. I'm sorry that Lucas's area has triggered so much discussion of video game meta. I don't know what came over me. So Lucas throws a tantrum that Ethan managed to outsmart him.
Motherfucker! You're supposed to die!
Which, man, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't leave your snuff film that shows how to beat your escape room in the exact room that you sent me on a quest to. That's on you. Lucas drops a bomb into the room. You have a few seconds to break open the wall and stick the bomb in there. This part is kind of weird because Lucas closes off the room when it's on fire, and it's closed when the bomb is dropped into the room, but not when it's put into the wall. Like what, he just opens it so Ethan can scoot safely out of the room? Well, whatever the case, the wall blows open and Ethan finds Lucas's little office where he watches his experiments play out. He fled in terror, leaving the head that we need for the serum behind in his panic. Kinda surprised he didn't just destroy it, or trick Ethan into blowing it up. That seems like something he would do. Aside from being a glutton for torture, like torturing over people, I mean, Lucas's whole motive was that he didn't want Ethan to make the serum, that he liked being immortal and didn't like that Zoe and Ethan were trying to take that away from him.
I'm just trying to show him not everybody wants to go back to how things were. Zoe's a stupid bitch. She doesn't understand that I don't want to go back to how things were before my father found y'all.
I guess we need to progress the plot. Whatever. Lucas is gone, but he's streaming from somewhere else and taunts Ethan briefly before cutting out.
Now that would be telling, Ethan. And I don't do spoilers.
Boy, I can't wait till I catch up with him and we have a boss fight and I destroy him forever. I mean, that's clearly what's gonna happen, right? He's not just out of the game forever. Right? There's also a live feed of Mia and Zoe tied up somewhere.
Mia?
And after we retrieve our items, run outside, see that we need the crate, turn around, reorganize our inventory to fit the crate, we're off to save them!
I'm coming, Mia.
This is another spot where most of the enemies can be outran, and I would recommend it. You're going to need your ammo. Also, if you don't have the head and arm in your inventory when you get to Zoe, she doesn't let you untie her. I don't think I have footage of this. Fuck you, Sony, and your stupid consoles.
Do you have both ingredients?
No, not right now.
I always go over and hang out next to Mia while Zoe is creating the serum. I feel bad for her. She's obviously super traumatized.
He's coming. Daddy's coming.
I don't know how Zoe knows how to make the serum. She does it in like 5 seconds too. Well, she has 2. Exactly 2. 1 for her and 1 for Mia. Ethan, for some reason, snatches both of them.
Hey, one of those is mine.
And then... So... yeah, this is Jack, not Lucas. We still haven't fought Lucas yet. I'm sure we'll do that soon. Jack didn't die in the basement. He's now this huge, mutated, out-of-control monster with dozens of big, glowy eyes who is really, really angry with Ethan. I'm gonna be honest, I really dislike this fight. I mean, it's really, really obvious what you have to do. The eyes are a very visible weak spot. There's just so many of them, and a few of them are in locations that are extremely hard to get to, such as underneath him. You can get at those by waiting until he crawls up onto the 2nd floor and going underneath, which is the smartest thing to do in that scenario anyways, because he doesn't jump on you if you're under his tail. So it's not impossible or even unfair. It's just tedious. This is the 3rd fight with Jack. The other 2 came after periods where Jack was chasing me around the house, so not only was he fresh on my mind, but I also had a personal axe to grind with him. I haven't thought about Jack in ages. I went through 2 other people's areas before this last fight with him, and moreover, this is just sort of a generic giant monster fight. The other 2 were really weird and unique and high energy. This one is just kind of sloshing around in the water shooting eyeballs. I mean, I guess I finally got my giant mutant monster that I always wanted, so that's good, I guess. I don't know. I know I said something similar about Heisenberg's fight. Like, oh, I'm barely doing anything. This fight sucks. It's so easy. And I take that back. To this day, I haven't beaten it in Village of Shadows. I tried it literally dozens of times, but I stopped trying because I got no joy in it. And it's never going to happen now because my PlayStation bit the fucking dust. To me, it was just a task I had to do to progress the game, and that was kind of it. I see Jack's final boss fight in the same way, especially in Madhouse difficulty. It was so hard in Madhouse difficulty. And, you know, RE8 definitely did make a lot of small improvements in RE7. Like the inventory, how you don't have to switch to the knife to open boxes, how you're able to block and fight at the same time. But they did a horrible job with their super hard difficulty. The thing that made Madhouse special, to me at least, is that huge chunks of the games were rearranged, so you just never knew what was coming next. The bosses were hard, don't get me wrong, but you still only needed a couple of shotgun shells to kill a molded. It wasn't impossible at all. And while Village of Shadows does have some of the rearranging, like the little Ingrid show up in places that they weren't before, and like I didn't record it so I'll have to steal the footage, but there are now these like big ass cyborg guys in Heisenberg's area that weren't there before. And like that stuff is cool, I guess. I do think it is kind of unfair to stick the Ingrids that are now very, very difficult to kill into mini boss fights and also areas where you aren't able to fight back. That seems a little bit unfair to me. And that's not even getting into the fact that all the enemies now are just bullet sponges. And if you don't want to take my word for it, which honestly I don't blame you, I suck at video games, here's a guy who did a no damage run of Village of Shadows. So this is like an expert at Village of Shadows talking about how shitty this difficulty is.
So Village of Shadows is a bullshit meme difficulty, and I hate it. I would just really, really, really not recommend playing Village of Shadows new game. Ever. Play it New Game Plus if you want the trophy that badly, because any kind of difficulty scaling that forces you to use like 20 headshots to kill an enemy that constantly dodges your bullets, it's just not a good difficulty at all.
I was able to power my way through most of it, granted with the help of New Game Plus, but once I got to Heisenberg's fight, I lost access to all my supplies. My guns, my heals. The heals is probably the most devastating one, because you could only take 3 hits, or I should say 2 hits, because you die on the 3rd hit. They give you one type of weapon where you're forced to use the same strategy over and over again, and it's so boring. At least with Jack, I have the ability to change up my strategy. I could shoot out all of his eyes, or slice them, or light them on fire, and wait for them to burn away. It's tedious, yes, but it is different every time you do it, or at least it has the potential to be different every time you do it. So I didn't really have any issue doing this part over and over again in order to beat Madhouse. And there is a tragic element to this fight too. Jack is very clearly suffering. While before it's kind of up in the air whether or not he feels pain. I mean, probably because he seems angry when Ethan pushes him into mutating during the chainsaw fight. But still, he's continually joking and laughing during his previous fights. That was one thing I'd use to categorize Jack. He's intimidating for the reason that every time you encounter him, he just absolutely wrecks your shit. But the whole time he's chasing you, he's cracking dad jokes and making pig calls at Ethan. He looks really doofy too. Like if I was just gonna show you a picture of him with no context, you'd probably not think much of him. Just a lanky, balding, older guy with glasses and a bright yellow shirt. His glasses are kind of easy to miss. I certainly didn't notice them my first time through, but they are a purposeful design choice. And it is strange if you think about it. The gift that has afflicted the Bakers,
as you can see, the family's only part of her gift,
has given them incredible healing powers. Like Jack blows out his braids and then grows them back entirely just to show off. Are the glasses really something he needs? I think this might be the last breath of his former identity. Jack's sense of humor and this small detail showing his former human weakness. This is a normal domestic guy who was twisted and corrupted into something monstrous. A funny, normal dad who has been turned into an unnatural killing machine.
今までのなんかバイオのモンスターとやっぱり一つ違うその人間なんだけどモンスターっていう2つの側面を持った キャラがやっと作れたかなってのは思ってます。
And much like Marguerite, Jack's dad traits are wrapped up with his corruption. Like, I don't want to make it seem that Jack's paternal instinct and Marguerite's maternal instinct was supposed to have been taken away from them, but they managed to hold on to it despite all odds. Because in a way, that's almost the exact opposite of the truth. They were stripped of their entire identities, except for their role as parents. Those are their assigned roles in this messed up mutant family. There is a reason that when Jack is first introduced as a villain, he is referred to as Daddy.
Daddy's coming.
He is still the patriarch. It's still his job to protect the family, and we see it in every action that he takes. He punches out and abducts Ethan because Ethan is meant to be part of the family, and he defends Ethan at the dinner table when Lucas insults him, because at that point, Ethan is a valued guest and an honorary member of the family. And much like Marguerite, Jack is also deeply insulted by Ethan's rude refusal to eat the food. Except in Jack's case, he is insulted because this means that Ethan is refusing to join the family.
This was supposed to be a very special feast.
That's what the food would do. It would infect and mutate Ethan so he would be one of them. So carving open Ethan's face and hunting him around the halls is him defending his family from a rude guest. An intruder even. Someone who doesn't belong and is causing trouble. But then, when we encounter Jack in the basement, there is a shift. He's not mad at Ethan for not wanting to join the family anymore. Instead, he's jealous of him. He's jealous because someone, some girl, wants Ethan to be the father of the family instead of Jack.
I was gonna be a father. Now she says he will be her father.
My first time through, I assumed it was Zoe, because we were already told that Zoe was Jack's daughter.
Did my daddy give you a hard time?
That's your father?
He used to be.
But there are a lot of hints around the house about a child, a young girl named Eveline, and it becomes increasingly clear through notes that Eveline is the one controlling the bakers. Or, well, she isn't controlling them. Because at some point, both Jack and Marguerite, as corrupted by Eveline's influence as they were, started to act out in ways that Eveline wouldn't approve of. When Marguerite is trying to kill Ethan, she says, which means that Eveline doesn't want Marguerite to kill Ethan, but she's still going to do it anyways. And Jack attacking Ethan in the basement was him clearly going against Eveline's plans. He literally says as much.
Now she says he will be her father. No. I will find him, and I will make him suffer.
Even Mia in the beginning was talking about destroying the core.
The core must be destroyed.
And that she wants to burn the house down.
Must burn it all down.
This will take a deeper meaning later on, but for right now, it's worth acknowledging that she is clearly expressing discontent while under Eveline's control. And interestingly enough, going against the will of Eveline does end up being both Jack and Marguerite's downfall. Marguerite dies trying to kill Ethan against Eveline's wishes, and Jack is defeated in the basement and turns into this. There are no jokes or humor left in this character. Well, okay, there's one. When he first shows up and he yells at Zoe in a very dad kind of way.
Zoe! Get your ass back to the house!
But then after that, it's all paid from this guy. He's crying out for his dead wife and wishing to take revenge on Ethan for destroying his family. For trying to take both of his daughters away from him. And on some level, he seems to be blaming Mia for this too, saying that he wants to kill her, despite, as we find out, her literally being Eveline's favorite. So he's fully turned away from the will of Eveline now, and this is his last stand. The last chance to defend his family from this intruder. I wonder if that's the purpose of the eyes. That Jack was the protector of his family, and he would watch over them and keep them safe. And even taking out those watchful eyes one by one symbolizes him taking that role away from Jack. Not that he's becoming the new father, as Jack feared, but that those eyes are corrupted now, and even needs to escape their watch in order to free Zoe. The way Ethan finally ends up defeating Jack is by using one of the serums on him. This is Zoe's idea, which is very funny in like a minute when she's shocked that there's only one serum left.
What the hell are we gonna do now?
But yeah, I guess Jack is too far gone. So instead of curing him, the serum actually just kills him. It kills him. With quotes around it. And Mia and Zoe are waiting for you at the dock, very dismayed at the fact that only one of them gets to be cured. You know, these are human beings with thoughts and feelings, and I'd love to hear their opinions on the matter and why I should choose one over the other. Nope, they just stare at Ethan sadly and let him make the decision. Of course. So let's be honest with ourselves here. This is a stupid choice. Like, there's a very obvious answer. I mean, I played RE8 first, so I knew that Mia making it out was the canon ending, but even ignoring that, why would anyone choose Zoe? I know I've given Ethan shit for not being very caring towards his wife, but like I said earlier, the game is very obviously portraying him as going through absolute hell for her. He willingly and knowingly walked into a saw trap, despite having free range to potentially escape through the yard until right before this, entirely because he wanted to save Mia. Regardless on if it comes out in the performance of the character, Ethan is canonically trying very hard to save Mia. And Zoe? I like Zoe. She has been very helpful, but we just met her.
Zoe,
Not now.
The entire reason Ethan came to this house was to get Mia. His entire personality is just gets limbs ripped off and tries to help wife he's kind of mean to. It literally breaks what little character he has if he chooses not to help Mia. And the game clearly has a preference as to what it considers the right option because, spoiler alert, if you choose Zoe, she dies. Like, immediately. You give her a prick, she gets in the boat, and she's fucking dead. There is one major difference here, which is that Mia also dies in this ending. I guess because she's so heartbroken that Ethan didn't choose her. I mean, I'm sure that, like, the canon explanation is that she didn't have the serum, so she wasn't strong enough to fight off Eveline.
I won't be able to resist for much longer.
But like I said, Eveline killed Zoe in 2 seconds. That doesn't make any sense. And then, of course, Ethan ends the game all bitter and jaded, and he throws her phone out of the helicopter.
Goodbye.
Like a well-adjusted person. But otherwise, these two endings are pretty much identical, even down to playing as Mia, no matter who you choose. What difference would it make to the plot if both of them got cured, all 3 of them got into the boat, and then Eveline kills Zoe? Or going by the DLC, horribly injures her and she falls out of the boat and is assumed dead, only to wash up on the shore later. Literally nothing would change. Maybe if they did something kind of crazy here, like you chose Mia, but then Eveline possesses her in the boat and she attacks Ethan and you get the bad ending, that would be kind of exciting. And I don't want to hear that Eveline can't possess Mia because Mia took the serum. Zoe takes the serum and dies in 2 seconds. And Mia can still see Eveline after she takes the serum, despite that being the first stage of the infection. They're still infected when they get into the boat. The serum doesn't help at all. The choice is literally pointless. And trust me, I can keep going on this. And I will. But not now.
I'll send help.
Don't bother. There won't be anyone left to help!
So, assuming that you made the, correct choice, Ethan and Mia motorboat away into the night, with Ethan badgering Mia the whole time, and Mia insisting that she doesn't remember anything.
Ethan, I honestly don't remember.
Try.
Then they come across a giant ship, get attacked, and thrown into the water. Then we wake up and are playing Mia! Woohoo! Mia finds Ethan, and dude, credit to her. Well, I don't believe that Ethan really showcases any kind of care for Mia. Mia definitely shows care for Ethan. Is it because, well, Ethan is a partial player stand-in? Mia is an actual character who has a personality and emotions outside of the players, and as such is allowed to have genuine reactions to things? Fancy that. Anyways, she goes into the boat in an attempt to try and rescue Ethan, but she's constantly plagued by Eveline insisting that she try and remember.
Are you remembering?
There are moldeds running around, which is super fun, because we don't have any weapons whatsoever. The only thing you have is this weird, mysterious vial. Mia doesn't even seem to know what it is. Eventually, we come across Eveline sitting in front of a TV with a tape, insisting we watch it.
Watch it.
What? Why?
You need to remember, so we can be a family.
And what's on the tape is a huge reveal. So basically, this was all Mia's fault. Well, more or less. So Eveline is some kind of a bioweapon created to look like a cute, innocent child, and Mia and some guy named Alan were hired to pretend to be her parents and transport her to South America. This being the babysitting job she was referring to in the beginning. However, a storm breaks out and Eveline becomes dangerously unstable, murdering the entire crew and insisting that Mia become her mommy for real.
I don't want to live in the lab anymore. I want an house, and I want you to be my mommy.
Mia agrees in an attempt to calm her.
Okay, Evie. I'll be your mommy. Just come back with me right now, okay?
So that she could put her down like a dog.
Here, take it. It has her tissue samples. You find her. Fix this.
But Eveline takes this as a sincere promise. When Alan calls her a bitch, she murders him horrifically and then finishes off the rest of the crew, leaving just her and the terrified Mia alone on the boat. At this point, the boat falls apart, whether because of the storm or Eveline, probably a mixture of both. But it's at this point that they go flying into the water and wash up in the swamp by the Baker's property, with Jack Baker supposedly finding them soon after. We don't see them being found in the main game, but it is covered in the DLC Daughters. And honestly, I did not like the way Eveline was portrayed here. She's basically just a spooky, jump-scared child, and that's it. Which isn't too far off how she was portrayed in the main game either, to be fair. And yes, she has a motive and wants, specifically in that she grew up in an environment where she was unloved, until Mia and Alan pretended to be her parents and she decided that she liked being in a family and she wanted to create her own, which of course leads to the corruption and possession of the Baker family. And that's actually a pretty good background for a character, and you can see this story detail peppered in all over the game. There's this really weird, fucked up family dynamic happening here, like someone is trying to mimic what a typical family structure is like, but has no idea how it actually works.
Daddy's coming.
You mind if I borrow mommy for a little bit?
And all those times where Ethan was referred to as Eveline's new father makes sense now too.
Now she says he will be her father.
Daddy, right?
If Mia is her mommy, then of course she needs a daddy. And I guess she already has one in Jack, but who knows? Maybe Eveline kind of picked up on the fact that usually mommies and daddies are married, and you know, Jack's already married to Maguerite, so he can't get married to Mia, and that's why she wanted Ethan. It's not really explained, but it does kind of make sense if you think about it. And I like this, but we don't get anything from Eveline herself. Literally, the only thing Eveline brings is that she will occasionally say, "I want a family," and that's kind of it.
You said we could be a family, so we can be a family. And I want you to be my mommy. Can we be a family like before?
I just wanted a family.
I don't want the child to have a long-ass monologue or anything, but I mean, they could have done so much with her reactions. Like when Mia gets her memories back and immediately rejects Eveline, the way she reacts here, like, she sounds kind of sad, but her words...
Then I don't need you anymore.
Like, this sounds more like this was a transactional relationship, that Eveline only kept Mia around because she was useful. But that is straight up not true. It was well established right before this that this was a relationship based on emotion. Very one-sided emotion, but nonetheless, Eveline wanted Mia to be her mother because she thought that they had genuinely bonded. Sure, she uses Mia to hurt Ethan at a few points, but she'd also go down to the basement to hang out with her because she genuinely likes Mia, because she's her favorite. Not to mention it said that Eveline was programmed to imprint on Mia.
She didn't attack you?
It's part of her imprinting protocol.
So yeah, for all intents and purposes, Mia not only rejecting Eveline, but revealing that she never actually loved her at all.
We were never a family.
Should be crushing. She should be devastated or angry, throwing a tantrum, or straight up attacking Mia. I have nieces. I've seen how strong kids react when they're just mildly inconvenienced. Never mind having their beloved mother figure straight up reject them. This moment represents a huge part of Eveline's world falling apart. She should have a very strong reaction. But nah, just one somewhat sad-sounding line, and then she jump scares us. And see, I was really hyped to play Daughters. It was the DLC I was the most excited for. I wanted to see how Eveline initially reacted to these people, how they reacted to her, and what exactly she did to turn two loving, kindly parents into straight up monsters. And the answer ended up being that Eveline says something creepy 10 seconds after she arrives.
They're mine now.
What?
And then the parents are immediately possessed, which, first of all, goes against the main game a little bit. In the main game, you find a few notes lying around suggesting that the family was slowly starting to become wary of Eveline, and they clearly locked Eveline up in that room on the second floor that looked like a creepy nursery, right? That was definitely the implication there, that they got suspicious of her, they locked her up in the creepy nursery, and the transformation the family underwent was so gradual that Maguerite even had time to go to a doctor and get tests done.
She missed her dick appointment!
Hell, Marguerite's diary straight up says that it took about 12 days for her to become fully possessed. I was really looking forward to watching the family slowly deteriorate over a period of several days, maybe with Eveline struggling to act like a normal child before realizing that she doesn't fit in and flying off the handle, or maybe the storm stops and the Bakers decide to take Eveline and Mia to the hospital, and Eveline doesn't want to go back, so she freaks out and starts controlling them. There was a world of possibilities here. But nah, they just get immediately possessed. I guess to be fair though, the end does suggest that they all forgot what happened and Eveline was just a lingering force slowly messing with their perception of reality. And the main game shows that Zoe was the only one who was really suspicious of Eveline, and in Daughters, she seems to be the only one who remembers the events from the night before.
I'm fine. I had the weirdest dream last night. There was this little girl.
So it doesn't actually contradict anything, and Eveline was raised to be a weapon, so conquering and dominating is literally all she knows. It makes sense. I just wish they went with a portrayal that wasn't cartoonishly evil. Literally the only personality trait Eveline has is evil little girl. There's nothing else. I'm not mad at this because it sort of breaks canon. I'm disappointed because they chose the boringest possible route to take this character. I think one thing that's important to recognize about the flashback tape, though, is that it's not actually a tape. I mean, alright, maybe I'm just full of shit here. I'm totally open to that possibility. But there are two things that I often see people complain about. That it took Eveline 3 years to think to make Mia watch this tape, and that Mia, who was on a super secret mission from the super secret organization, would record any of this. Specifically, that she would record herself fucking up so much that the illegal mutant child would murder 50 people on her watch. Let's address that last one first. Mia didn't record any of this. Or at least I'm pretty sure she didn't. I never took this as being a literal videotape that actually exists. I always took it as a way to introduce a flashback, that Eveline is forcing Mia to relive her memories, and is using the guise of a videotape to make her do it. And there are other literal videotapes in the game that do exist in the universe. And the boat tape does start off being very similar to them. You pick it up, it shows up in your inventory, and then you have to select it and put it in the VCR. At which point you then have to sit through the screen that shows the title of the tape as well as the name of the person recording. But then, when the actual tape starts, there's this white flash. None of the other tapes have this flash. And there is noticeably less static and audio distortion.
What's the prep? Shitty house, spooky sounds? Ooh, is it haunted?
Yeah, it is your fault. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna let you die.
And when the tape ends, the other 3 tapes end on the same VHS-styled screen. Then you exit staring at the TV with the tape now in your inventory. But when this tape ends, it's just black. You see that white flash again, and you're staring at Eveline. Not the TV, Eveline. And the tape is not in your inventory. You don't have it at all. It doesn't exist. Yes, it's weird that Mia had a flashback to watching herself floating unconscious in the ocean. I do not have an explanation for that. And as for the point of Eveline not showing it to Mia earlier, well, sometimes being in a familiar place is enough to jog someone's memory. Maybe Mia was simply not capable of remembering this until she was back on the boat itself. But man, it really is a shame that Mia spends almost the entirety of both of these games locked up in cages and being captured. I mean, look, I already went off on that whole rant last time, and I stand by it. Mia has been fucked over 2 games in a row. I mean, just even in this game, she's revealed to be a badass secret agent, and what does it lead to? Her running around fighting monsters trying to get her husband back, just to be captured again?
Mia! No!
Or killed. She could be killed depending on who you chose to cure. But I digress. For now. You get a few new weapons here. Get as many as you can because everything Mia has transfers to Eveline later, which is cool. But it also means most likely the player will be spending a huge chunk of Mia's area trying to make Eveline stronger. And like, man, Mia just can't get anything to herself, huh? Meanwhile, Evelin's down in the bottom of the ship having a fever dream. A really heartbreaking one too, where the real Jack talks to him, telling him that he and his family aren't really monsters, and that Eveline has corrupted them.
She forces her way into your mind, your soul. You can't fight back.
He pretty much reveals that he and his family are trapped there and begs Eveline to free them.
Free my family. Please.
And this is where Eveline's quest changes from saving Mia to taking down Eveline. He's been aware of just how many victims there were from the very beginning, but he's now being forced to confront how even the villains he's been fighting the entire time are victims too. Jack isn't just a monster anymore. He and his family have been humanized to Eveline, something that he expresses at the end of the game.
Mia and I weren't the only victims here. So were the Bakers.
So when Mia rescues Eveline and shoves him out the door, giving him the vial with Eveline's DNA junk, telling him to kill her,
Now go kill that little bitch.
He's no longer just doing it to save Mia, but he's also doing it for all of Eveline's victims, even the ones that caused him a lot of pain. Now, this being the turning point where Eveline goes from only caring about Mia to caring about everyone that Eveline victimized would work a whole lot better if Eveline didn't have the choice to leave Mia behind earlier.
Mia's no good to anyone right now.
However, I will say that Eveline changing from single-mindedly worrying about Mia to deciding to take down Eveline for the collective does help to explain why he's rushing back to kill Eveline, even in the ending where Mia is dead. In fact, some of the lines here actually work better in the ending where you don't choose Mia.
Stay away from him.
Why? He doesn't love you.
Eveline slips through the swamps and discovers a radio where some agents are discussing Lucas running into the salt mines.
We've had reports he's in the abandoned mine south of the property.
And then we enter the salt mines, which are covered head to toe in Lucas's traps. Oh hell yeah! Do I finally get to kill Lucas?
So, I mean, maybe this is good news,
Because this means we're most likely gonna kill him. I really do want to.
Is it finally the time? Nope. Lucas is, gone from the rest of the game, actually. This is all a setup for the DLC, not a hero, which we're gonna be talking about in a little bit. But we do find out some interesting stuff about Lucas down here, namely that he has been in contact with some organization, specifically the one that created Eveline. They tracked her down after the ship sank, but instead of recapturing her, they decided to observe her behavior, and they cured Lucas so that they could hire him to report to them from the inside. Which isn't to say that Lucas wasn't infected. He seems to have regained all of the fun parts of the infection, such as regenerative powers, but is no longer under the influence of Eveline. And there's actually some notes on Eveline. Evidently, Eveline appears as a hallucination to people who are infected. So apparently Ethan is infected now, as he is now starting to see Eveline all over the place. Also, the Moldeds are creatures that she creates herself. This is weird, because in the first part of the game, it's basically stated that the Moldeds were created by the Bakers. The note in the beginning listing the people that have been turned, the fact that Travis ate Marguerite's food and it caused him to start turning, and then Jack stuck him in the drawer until he finished. And when we open the drawer, he is fully turned into a Molded. There's also this note in one of the hunting groups that straight up says that they're kidnapping people to turn them, and then disposing of anyone who doesn't turn. But then you get onto the ship and there are just Molded everywhere all of a sudden. Whether or not they are coming from nothing or they are crewmates isn't really explained, but the way Mia and Alan talk about them, they're acting like she's just making them all of a sudden for the fun of it.
We're gonna be seeing a lot more of our ugly friends if this keeps up.
Something that's also shown in these notes from the Not a Hero DLC, where Lucas just straight up says that Eveline can turn people into Moldeds willy-nilly with no real effort. So why is the first half of the game setting it up like the Bakers have to go through a process to turn people into Moldeds? And I guess while we're at it, why do some victims turn into cannibal zombies and others into Molded? And that Jack and Marguerite are monsters full time, but Mia's only one half the time. Why is Zoe not possessed at all? She's infected, but she's way less than her parents, despite them being exposed to Eveline for the same amount of time. Eveline even grabs her daughters, so it's not like she wasn't exposed to her when the rest of the family was. Eveline is kind of in a weird camp where the game gives us pages and pages explaining her, but a lot of the really obvious story bits that are right up in your face are never actually explained. I'm not super bothered by this because I don't feel like I need to understand all the niggling scientific details surrounding this character. And anyways, there are a couple of points where they put enough information that they might be hinting at something. Like, for example, in the DLC Daughters, which takes place before the Bakers became fully possessed, Lucas has a list that mentions Jack punishing him for being rude during dinner and Marguerite yelling about someone not liking her food, which are both things that happen during the dinner scene. Potentially hinting that maybe Jack and Marguerite haven't changed as much as we thought. They weren't monsters before, of course, but they were still flawed people whose flaws became more exaggerated once Eveline moved in. I don't need to be sat down and spoon-fed an explanation to every little thing. There's enough here that the story still works and I can form my own conclusions based off of what I've been shown. Except for the Moldeds. Like, that one bothers me because the game does explain them, and then it tosses that explanation out and replaces it with another explanation. I mean, what's the point of the note mentioning that they turned 13 people? That's so specific. It seems like it's trying to tell the player that there are 13 monsters they're going to encounter, especially since you got this note right before you encountered a Molded for the first time. However, even if you just count the regular Moldeds in the Baker's house, there are more than 13. So why even mention a specific number at all? There was some concept art that showed that the Moldeds were originally supposed to look more human, which maybe points to them being more tied to the human victims, at least visually. But then at some point they changed them to look like monsters, which, if that's the case, is too bad. There's not a lot of monster variety in this game, and it would at least be interesting for every molded to have a canon name and backstory. However, I do get that you want a lot of monster encounters in your horror game, and it would be ridiculous to model dozens and dozens of unique individual monsters. Like, that's fine. Just why keep the notes then? Makes it kind of confusing, I don't know. Anyways, so Ethan uses the Eveline DNA vial to create a neurotoxin that he could use to put Eveline down like a dog. He heads into the mines to look for her, seemingly finding her because we can hear her humming a familiar tune. This part is basically the final boss for the Moldeds because they all come at you at once. I basically have this part memorized because of how many times I had to do it in Madhouse. Those fat Moldeds, holy fuck. But after you get past them, that's it. No more Moldeds, no more bakers. The only one left is Eveline.
Does it want to be my daddy? Then he can die.
Ethan starts to hallucinate hardcore. He stumbled through a wall and finds himself once again in the basement of the guest house, where we started the game. It's really hard to miss this because he literally hallucinates a flashback to the beginning of the game. Honestly, this part is pretty cool. Going through all the horrible things that Mia did to Ethan in the beginning and showing that Eveline was there the entire time, coaxing Mia into doing it.
Kill him, Mommy.
We got Ghost Mia running around, which scared the shit out of me the first time. But as it turns out, she doesn't really do anything. But wandering into rooms you aren't supposed to be does trigger some creepy bits.
Help! Ethan, help me!
Oh, that would be cool. Someone on the bed.
Eveline freaks the fuck out when she realizes that we've come to kill her. She hides in the attic and she uses her weird psychic energy to push us away. You might know this as the part that broke the backwards run, but it's really not so bad. You mostly just run, guard, till you finally get up to her and stab the screaming child in the neck.
You.
Oh my god, Grandma was the Resident Evil the entire time. Okay, that was stupid.
What does everyone hate me?
Okay, I knew this going in. I googled Eveline after playing RE8. Hey, like I said, I wasn't planning on playing this. My cousins went in blind though. Joanna was riding the high of figuring out that the old lady in RE8 was the villain, and immediately called this old lady out for the same thing.
Can you stab her, please? No. Why? Do you not see what I see in her? She's the devil. Look at her.
Look at her. She's
just looking at us.
She's cute. Leave her alone.
No, she's not.
It is super weird that both of these games have the twist where the main villain was the weird old lady that you kept encountering all along. And there were hints. Plenty of hints, actually. There's literally a photo you could find of Grandma at the very beginning of the game that has Eveline's code name written on the back. And you see this photo a second time just before the reveal. In Lucas's messages to the connections, he mentions that Eveline looks like she's sick, that she's gotten all gray and wrinkly and looks old now. In the original Japanese version of this text, it's actually left way more vague as to what was wrong, instead talking about her pale skin and sunken eyes. They literally spelled it out when they translated it to English, which is really funny. Americans need their hands held. This version also refers to fuck! And it's in quotes, meaning that it's probably something the connections told Lucas to keep an eye out for, but he doesn't really know what it means. I obviously don't know what it means either. So yeah, it seems that Eveline started to break down without the connections to keep her stable, and as a result, she started rapidly aging. But a much more subtle hint to the reveal is actually the Aunt Rhody song that plays when you open the game. In particular, you hear the song twice in the actual game. The first time you hear Grandma humming it, the second time it's Eveline. and both stop humming it when you get too close. But as it turns out, of course, both these people are the same character. Now, fun fact about the Aunt Rhody song, it's actually an old folk song.
Go tell Aunt Rhody.
And the version that appears as the game's theme is actually heavily altered. The original song goes, "Go tell Aunt Rhody that her old gray goose is dead," whereas the RE7 version goes,
"Go tell Aunt Rhody that everybody's dead."
And it has a bunch of new lyrics, too. Lyrics that obviously point to the song being about Eveline. "I was raised in a deep dark hole, a prisoner with no parole. They locked me up and took my soul, ashamed of what they made." And the second verse details her abduction and attempted murder of Ethan. So yes, with the lyrics and the fact that Eveline is the only one who ever sings it, this is very clearly meant to be Eveline's song. And I guess it does sort of bring up the question of why they chose this song to represent Eveline. Like, yeah, they wrote in all sorts of new lyrics to suit her, but what was it about the original that made the creators go, "Oh yeah, this is the perfect song for this character"? According to this interview with the composer, it's literally just because the song sounds similar to a Japanese song and because it has the word dead in it. And yeah, you know, that's fair enough, I guess. But I do actually think that there is a connection to be made to the original version of the song and to the character of Eveline. Intended or not, it does kind of work on another level. So welcome to Lyrical Analysis with Grace. Yes, we are actually doing this. Okay, so the original is a super morbid song. Not as morbid as the RE7 version, but still, the original song goes into detail about the goose's family being heartbroken over the goose's death. The goose's children are crying, her mate is weeping.
The goslings are crying, 'cause their mammy's dead.
This goose had a family that loved her and are grieving over her being gone. But do you know who isn't grieving? Aunt Rhody. You're being told to tell Aunt Rhody that her goose is dead, not because she cared about the goose and deserves to know what happened to her, but because now she'll finally get to make her feather bed.
The one that she's been saving to make a feather bed.
She has been saving the goose for her feathers, and now that the goose is dead, she will be able to pluck her and finally make her dream bed. So for Aunt Rhody, who is supposedly the one who is in charge of the goose and the other animals, the goose's death is a good thing. Now, whether or not we can count the bakers as dead is kind of up for debate. I mean, they still have personalities and feelings, but they also aren't alive, right? They're gross and rotten and are constantly doing things that they wouldn't do if they had full control of themselves. Their real selves are hanging out in the mold as completely separate entities from their bodies, and it's said that they are too far gone, that there's no way to bring them back. Also, Mia refers to herself as dead in the beginning.
I'm daddy! You have to be dead too.
So yeah, for argument's sake, they're basically dead. And much like Aunt Rhody, who is in charge of the goose and benefits from the goose's death, Eveline has put herself in charge of the bakers and benefits from their deaths, along with the deaths of everyone who's come onto their property. She's killed them and turned them into living dolls for her to play house with. And also like Aunt Rhody, she doesn't care if her victims had families who cared about them. She doesn't care that Zoe lost her parents. She doesn't care that Ethan lost his wife. She doesn't care that her victims' families were putting up posters for them. Eveline doesn't see her victims as people who were loved. To her, they're just playthings to use and exploit. And much like Aunt Rhody is finally able to make her bed after the goose dies, Eveline is able to live out her fantasy after the deaths of the bakers. So, to my cousin Joanna, who the entire game kept questioning who Aunt Rhody is Eveline. Whether or not that was the intention, probably not, but also maybe because the composer did say he might have hidden some secrets in the song. But regardless, Eveline does fit nicely into the song. Aunt Rhody benefits from the death of the goose, while Eveline benefits from the death of everyone who crosses her path. Now, there is one pretty glaring, I've heard people say it's a plot hole or a mistake, or the game just lying to the audience, and that's that there is a grandma's room in the baker's house, complete with a set of false teeth. Which is weird, because Eveline isn't actually the grandma. She joined the family as a 10-year-old and then rapidly aged over the course of like a year. This baffled me too the first time, since I knew the plot twist going in.
I'd like to just say that I know a spoiler about Grandma. So this is a little weird to me.
But on subsequent playthroughs, I realized that there was a rational explanation. So in the happy birthday room, there is a family photo that has a grandma in it. Now, one important thing to note is that this is probably concept art. Early concepts for the characters show Lucas with a pet dog, apparently named Diane.
今思い出してもちょっとやっといてもやっぱり良かったかなっていうものとかで言うと、例えば当時ファミリーには犬を飼ってたんですよね。名前はちょっと忘れちゃったんですけど、ダイアンかなんかかな。
As well as Grandma and Eveline being two entirely different characters. The Marguerite in this photo also doesn't look super similar to the game Marguerite, but she does look similar to the concept art versions of Marguerite. However, concept art or not, it's still in the game. This is obviously Jack, and him with two little kids and a dark-haired lady. Like, this is clearly meant to be the Baker family. So this old lady was probably a part of the family at one point, and then she probably died, and the family just didn't clean out her room. The real question here, then, is why Grandma's room is right next to the rec room. Like, that would be loud as shit. Grandma did not sleep. Honestly, the only logistical problem I have with this twist is how it relates to the Eveline lore, I guess you could call it. Which I know in the long run doesn't really matter. You know, the story makes sense without every single detail being expounded on, and that's good enough for me. I've just played this game dozens and dozens of times now, and certain things started to stick out to me after a while. And I mean, we're how many hours into the video? Like, why not nitpick for a few minutes? So where exactly did Ethan get infected? If the lab notes are to be believed, one of the earliest signs of infection is that Eveline starts to appear as a hallucination. Or, like, hallucination, you know? Like, she leaves physical indents in Mia's arm. Also, she appears in a videotape.
Over here, Mommy.
Hallucinations can't do that. But I digress. Ethan starts to see Eveline all over the place after he is rescued from the mold, which would make sense as the spot where he was infected. He's literally submerged in the stuff, and while he's in it, he's able to access the hive mind where the Baker family is trapped. However, now that we have 8, we know that after the prologue with Mia in the guest house, Ethan's entire body is made out of mold.
You were murdered by Jack. Your whole body is nothing but mold.
So technically speaking, after this point, he should be infected. But then at the dinner table and all throughout the house, he sees Eveline as an old woman, which, like, it really isn't gone into at all, but I was kind of under the impression that when Ethan injected Eveline with the neurotoxin, she lost her powers, so the hive mind was broken, and because she couldn't make Ethan see hallucinations anymore, he was able to see her for how she really was. Which I guess kind of goes into the question on if the Bakers still see Eveline as a child. Like during the dinner scene, Ethan sees Eveline as an old lady, but do the Bakers? Or to them, is he a hyperactive little 10-year-old pouting about how Ethan doesn't want to join the family? Lucas knows she's aged, which makes sense because he's not under her control anymore, but Marguerite seems to too. In her note to Zoe, she says,
Even after what happened to Eveline, you just keep talking about some strange medicine.
So, is she referring to Eveline breaking down and aging? Jack and Marguerite do speak of her like she's a child, though.
My little girl has given us a gift.
Our daughter really likes you. She wants you to be her big brother.
So odds are that even if they're aware of her aging, that's not how they perceive her most of the time. Anyways, all of this is to say that it can be assumed, based on the information given to us, that a character's level of infection can be gauged on if they see Eveline as an old woman or a small child. That maybe Ethan was infected in the beginning, but it isn't until the end that he's truly far gone enough to see the hallucinations for himself. Except that also doesn't make any sense because Ethan sees Eveline for the first time after he takes the arm from the old house, and then shortly after, he sees Grandma in the basement. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. Eveline is devastated as Ethan kills her. She is sobbing and screaming in agony as she reverts back to the mold. basically throwing an old lady tantrum as she makes a last-ditch effort to kill Ethan, and she'd probably succeed if this helicopter didn't show up and throw an uber-powerful gun at Ethan. Use it! Honestly, this fight is kinda lame. Like, I was waiting the whole game for an epic boss fight with Eveline, and it was certainly starting to get there, but then it was cut down suddenly. It feels like it ended before it really began. I know in the last video I was kinda bitching about how I was stocking up my ammo for this fight, and then the game gives you a weapon, but well, I mean, like, that happens in the other games too, so whatever, I guess. And then not Chris shows up.
I'm Redfield.
Yeah, I said in the last video, but it bears repeating. I don't have any kind of attachment to Chris Redfield. I didn't play any of the RE games until 8, and I didn't instantly fall in love with him the same way my cousins did.
Chris Redfield. Ooh la la. Oh my god.
His sister is cute though. But for real, this version of the character doesn't look anything like any other versions. He's always been bulky and dark-haired. Why did they do the opposite?
Chris is blonde. That's not him. Yeah. You did it wrong. You don't like this, Chris? No. The other one.
I mean, fair game if this is supposed to be a soft reboot and they wanted to do their own thing. But if you're gonna put an established character in as a cameo at the end, shouldn't they at least resemble the character? It's so bad that fans legitimately thought that this wasn't Chris Redfield, that this was someone just pretending to be him. And I mean, considering that not Chris shows up in an Umbrella helicopter, like, it is understandable. Umbrella being, up to this point, the big bad of the series, who did go bankrupt 2 decades before. But I mean, who knows? They could have made a comeback, and that's a really dark way of interpreting the ending, too. Ethan is saved just at the brink of time by an imposter who works for a company that does horrible, inhumane experiments on people and probably had something to do with the creation of Eveline. However, the logo is very clearly blue now, so it could be a different company, even one created to clean up after Umbrella. So there really were multiple interpretations one could make based off of just the flash of this logo. Also, I'm still new to the series, I'm sorry if I got anything wrong there. However, the DLC Not a Hero shows that this is actually Chris. And while this is the Umbrella Corporation, they apparently became good overnight and are now dedicated to helping people.
Working with Umbrella is going to take some getting used to on my part.
I know it must be difficult, and to tell the truth, a lot of our members have been with us since even before we reincorporated as a PMC. About all that's left now is the name.
It's like how it's revealed in 8 that the BSAA went bad all of a sudden.
BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
I didn't mention it in the last video because, again, like, not familiar with that. But yeah, it's kind of weird that the last 2 games have made 2 major power players in the story switch sides and not make it part of the story. Just kind of tossed it in there as a last-second twist. Although, granted, it does seem that 4 did pretty much the same thing, with them just announcing in the beginning, like, oh, by the way, the Umbrella Corporation went bankrupt. So, I don't know, maybe this is just a thing that the series likes to do. Also, it's wicked funny that they changed Chris back in 8, and that Ethan recognizes him despite not looking anything like the guy who saved him.
Chris? What the hell?
But overall, my biggest problem with the ending, as well as the game as a whole, is that several big things are left unresolved.
Where's Zoe? Was she still in the house? What the hell happened to Lucas? Yeah, where's Lucas? I wanted to kill Lucas. That was pretty anticlimactic.
And don't get me wrong, a lot of times in real life tragedies, you don't get all the answers. And if that's what they were going for then, you know, like, maybe I'd be okay with it. But it doesn't really feel like that. Zoe and Lucas were just dropped from the main story. Zoe especially. At least Lucas's traps and emails make an appearance at the end. Ethan and Mia just leave Zoe at the docks. And that's it. She's never mentioned again, you know, in the main game. You get a more satisfying ending if she dies. At least then you actually know what happened to her. And Lucas was a major villain who has an entire section of the game dedicated to him. And he's just kinda like, well, Ethan, I'm gonna try to kill you later.
You? Dead? Guess that's not in the cards. Not yet.
Unless you have any more surprises up your sleeve. I suggest you...
Now that would be telling, Ethan. And I don't do spoilers.
And then he never does. If you want to kill Lucas just as much as I did, you have to play the DLC Not a Hero, in which Chris goes into the salt mine to look for him. I honestly don't really like this DLC that much. It's not bad, it's just not my thing. Mostly because of the whole running around in a claustrophobic maze where you can't see straight and there's turrets around every corner trying to gun you down and molded you need special bullets to shoot. I didn't think it was enjoyable. Maybe it's for you. But basically not Chris is going looking for Lucas, who on top of trying to sell data about Eveline, has kidnapped 3 of his men.
How many men did we lose?
3 of our best.
Which, honestly, it's good that they added this element because it would suck to have the Lucas killing be done by someone who doesn't actually have any emotional stakes in seeing him dead. I still think it would be more satisfying to have Ethan do it. Like, it would have felt so good to pound his face in at the end of his area. But not Chris definitely has personal beef with Lucas by the end of the DLC, considering Lucas brutally kills every single one of the captured men and tries to kill Chris multiple times as well.
I killed your man, I tortured them, and I enjoyed every second, soldier boy.
I always forget what his mutated form looks like, which kinda sucks. I mean, I remember exactly what Jack, Marguerite, Mia, and Eveline all look like during their respective battles, but ask me to describe mutated Lucas and I wouldn't be able to tell you. Like, at the top of my head, he, like, kinda looks like a demon. I will say, though, his face right before you kill him is fucking horrific.
Courtney says fuck you.
And mutated Lucas is the only boss that doesn't simply focus on attack, but finds other methods to take you out, namely by releasing spores that drain your oxygen. These spores also appear earlier in the DLC as traps set up by Lucas. So Lucas's traps have been incorporated into his boss fight, which is pretty cool. Because Lucas, by and large, does have a huge reliance on his traps. I know he is a scary motherfucker, but in reality, Lucas is pretty pathetic. It's very, very rare that he ever actually physically attacks another person. Usually he's hidden in another room, watching on a screen and cackling over the intercom as his traps do all the work for him. The only time Lucas ever physically attacks Ethan is during the dinner scene, when he throws his plate at him. Ethan is on the other side of the table, tied up and barely conscious at this point. When Ethan defeats Lucas's escape room and goes to approach him, completely conscious and ready for a fight, Lucas flees. The only times we ever see him physically harm or attack another person is when they're bound or when they're explicitly smaller and weaker than him. And yeah, obviously Mia can be really fucking strong, but only when Eveline is controlling her. And he's apparently manhandled Mia before, and Eveline didn't seem to mind. And notice Ethan's safely on the other side of the fence here, unable to reach him. He does briefly attack Chris in the beginning of the DLC. Well, kinda. He slaps a bomb onto his wrist, and before Chris is able to attack him, blows up this guy's head, toppling Chris over, and flees, setting off a spore trap to kill him on the way out. So he had a very clear plan to avoid direct confrontation with Chris. After that, he keeps his distance, and much like Ethan unexpectedly beating the happy birthday room, when Chris unexpectedly survives the explosion, he panics and flees.
He just runs away.
For all his grandiose shows of strength and superiority, when it comes down to it, he just runs away like a coward. I mean, this is a guy who, before Eveline showed up, whenever he got into a tiff with his family, would just go up into the attic and write "fuck you" on his laptop. Confrontation was never really this guy's forte. He does make one last-ditch attempt to actually fight Chris after everything's fallen apart, but he just kind of runs at him with a knife. He had no backup weapons other than a tiny pocket knife. No backup plan at all for if Chris managed to find him. He was so confident that his traps would keep him safe that once he failed, he had nothing to fall back on, and in fact, seems in complete disbelief that he failed at all.
I can't. I don't believe it.
I mean, I guess he still had the ability to mutate, but that only happens after Chris fatally wounds him. Now, one thing that clearly categorized Lucas was that he was a complete bastard. Coward or not, he took genuine glee in his victim's suffering. And the worst part of this is that this isn't Eveline. Lucas was cured of Eveline. He still is infected to some extent, clearly, and I guess he could probably see her, unless he's just lying. But considering Ethan is able to see Eveline without being actively controlled by her, then there's no reason to think that Lucas can't. But even discounting Eveline's involvement, Lucas's behavior started long before she arrived. The first thing we ever hear about Lucas is from Andre in the Ghost Hunter footage.
A lot of bad rumors about their son, Lucas. Bad seed, apparently.
And then later on, when we have access to the kids' room, we find a lot of old journal entries Lucas wrote when he was a child. Maguerite had taken him to the doctors to get his head x-rayed, and another child named Oliver made fun of him for this, calling him Crazy Head. Lucas then responded by inviting Oliver to his house, claiming it was for a birthday party, and then locking him up in the attic and leaving him to starve. He even says that Oliver's rotted corpse smells and is dripping down into his room. Which does lend the question, how exactly did Lucas get away with this? There isn't a door to the attic. It's completely open and just above the kids' room where Zoe seemed to live as well. Lucas even says in the journal that he had to hide the remote to the attic so Zoe wouldn't get at it. Zoe didn't hear the screaming or smell the corpse or see the dripping from the ceiling. And also, like, a child went into the Baker house and never came back and nobody found it suspicious. I mean, Lucas invited him over for a birthday party. You know, when you're a small child and you're going to a birthday party, you usually aren't able to buy the gifts yourself. Your mom has to take you to Walmart, so his parents would have known about it. Not to mention how far the Baker property is, so somebody had to drive Oliver here. No matter which way you swing it, the story being presented here doesn't make any kind of sense. The sheer unbelievability of the Bakers not noticing the missing boy or the smell of his corpse has made people say that Oliver was either some kind of animal or an imaginary friend. And they point to Maguerite taking him to get his head examined as a way to say, oh, maybe he has hallucinations and he thought that Oliver was real when he wasn't. But if you think about this from a writing perspective, why have these journal entries at all? Up until this point, we have been led to believe that the Baker family were completely nice and normal until they got zombified, aside from a slight hint that maybe Lucas had been troubled before, and this would confirm that hint to be true. This goes along with the reveal that this whole time Lucas wasn't corrupted and possessed like the rest of his family. He was sane and completely in control of his actions. The point of Oliver is to show that Lucas has always been like this, that Eveline had nothing to do with it. In fact, it seems like Eveline's possession of his family is a dream come true for Lucas, and not just for the regenerative abilities, although that clearly is a big deal for him.
This right here is special.
But also because now he has the perfect excuse to hurt people. He's even being funded by a lab to do it. I wonder if that's why he titles his torture traps like they're experiments. That he's acting like he's collecting data so the scientists will keep giving him money and supplies, when in reality, he just wanted to watch a man burn to death. He doesn't have to hide any of this from his family. Hell, they're supportive of him in their current states. giving him people to perform his sick fantasies on.
Oh, Lucas, I thought I told that boy he wasn't allowed to have you yet.
And with the reveal that Lucas has been like this all along, it does kind of throw a bit of suspicion onto this moment with Jack.
I'm no killer, son. Neither's Marguerite, nor my boy Lucas.
I'm surprised how many times I've seen this digged as a plot hole. A character being wrong or having a point of view you don't have is not a mistake. Jack is Lucas's father. Of course a father wants to believe that his son is a good person, especially when there are a couple hints that Jack and Lucas maybe didn't have the best relationship. There seems to be a slight implication that Jack wanted Lucas to be handy and help around the house more.
Well, now, after breakfast, Lucas and I are going to have a look around and see if the storm did any damage.
When he's pondering about what to get Lucas for his birthday, he writes down a power tool, and that says that he should ask Zoe what he should get for Lucas, implying that he had no idea what his actual interests were. In the Daughters DLC, not only do you find a grocery list where the family clearly doesn't understand what Lucas wants them to pick up, but also Lucas's fuck you list mentions Jack hitting him in the face for checking his phone at dinner. Which, okay, I don't really consider Lucas to be the most reliable narrator ever. I mean, Jack seems to hesitate before hitting Zoe in the same DLC. And we see Lucas on his phone at the table at the very end, acting very rude towards his parents, and the most Jack does is scold him.
Lucas.
But still, there's no reason to think that Jack has never behaved violently towards Lucas, especially since further down the list, Lucas claims that Jack got drunk and threw his shit outside onto the porch, something that turns out to be true. Whether or not it was for no reason like he claims, we don't know, but throwing your kid's stuff outside is kinda questionable. Maybe Jack wasn't the best father to Lucas. Maybe he blames himself for his son's behavior, and that's why he's so heavily in denial. But you can't say that Lucas's parents didn't try. I mean, they obviously noticed something up with him at a young age and did take him to the doctors to try and figure out what was wrong. We don't know what they did after that, but this is a guy who is happy to have his parents be rotted, tortured zombies with no control over their lives, and his little sister be a prisoner in her own home for 3 years just so he could live out his fantasies of being a super unkillable smart serial killer. Lucas is a dissatisfied genius. Even as a child, he got rewards in engineering competitions, but he always got second, third place, or an honorable mention, never first. And he obviously thinks highly of himself. He drew himself as the literal bringer of death. So perhaps he hated being stuck on this farm surrounded by people he viewed as lesser. Maybe Marguerite's note about feeling like her children think that they're better than her was something she was feeling before she got turned. That Lucas looked down on her and Jack and hated being stuck on the farm doing menial labor. Maybe that's why Lucas viewed his family's possession as a blessing. That he now suddenly had teams of people looking up to him that he could murder the second they try and tell him no, or stop him from making a profit from their hard work, and the freedom to experiment to his heart's content without the judgmental glares of the town's gossip and his well-meaning parents trying to steer him to another direction. He's finally achieved the power and respect he's always felt like he deserved, and he's literally fighting to keep it.
I'm just trying to show him not everybody wants to go back to how things were. Zoe's a stupid bitch. She doesn't understand that I don't want to go back to how things were before my father found y'all.
Another interesting detail about Lucas and Not a Hero is that he is super into clouds. Clouds and balloons. They are everywhere. It makes sense for them to be in the happy birthday room because, well, it's themed like a birthday party. But no, it just turns out that he likes clouds. And if you notice too, the time he killed Oliver, which was done decades before, and could very well be his first kill, he lures him over to his house with the promise of a birthday party. And I mean, obviously this isn't universal, The DLC 21 features one of Lucas's torture games, and it's not birthday party themed at all. However, the clown does make an appearance in the form of some of the cards that appear throughout the game. And again, even in that slight hint that Jack doesn't know Lucas very well, he is wondering what to get Lucas for his birthday. So there is a connection between Lucas and birthday parties, and we may have actually seen what originated this. And I'm not just talking about Oliver, I'm talking about this. Now, it's kinda hard to tell which of these children is Zoe and which is Lucas. However, the child who is opening the present is receiving a baseball toy. Girls can like baseball too, obviously, but this is probably shorthand telling us that this is the boy child. And anyways, young Lucas did seem to like sports, so this is most likely Lucas's birthday party. Closer inspection reveals that the other child, presumably Zoe, is using a telescope, which resembles the one that we use in the happy birthday room to view the hidden images on this very photograph. And the robot cloud looks exactly like the cloud in the photograph. So very, very clearly the intent here is that Lucas has based this room, as well as the entirety of his killing spree, on this party. Why? I have no idea. But obviously whatever happened at this party was either extremely memorable or extremely traumatic, and it influenced the entire aesthetic of his serial killing career. Well, whatever it is that triggered Lucas's weird killing spree, he dies down here in the mines at the hands of not Chris, who then destroys Lucas's computer so none of the data he's trying to sell makes it to the buyers. I take it back, I like this DLC now. It's hilarious. But yeah, so that's it for Lucas. This DLC, though free, came out almost a year after the main game, meaning if you played Resident Evil 7 on launch, you had to wait almost a year to get closure on one of the biggest villains in the game. That's just nuts to me. I'm sorry. And Zoe's DLC also took the same amount of time. Before that though, there was some extra bonus content in the form of the banned footage, which is supposedly a collection of super horrifying VHS tapes recovered from the Baker's property. It's honestly best to just forget that they're tapes at all. You see hallucinations in characters literally waking up, and there's absolutely no reason at all why this shit would be filmed. Also kinda dumb is that they don't all come together. You can only buy 2 at a time. However, each comes with a third bonus game. Nightmare and Bedroom come with Ethan Must Die, and 21 and Daughters comes with Jack's 55th birthday. Which aren't really worth talking about, except that I like that the Moldeds wear hats, and I like this title screen.
Like, he looks like an anime character.
And I like the music that plays when Ethan dies. I wish that they used this music in the main game. But yeah, no, these are just goofy little games utilizing the same characters and locations. The actual banned footage itself, however, is supposed to be canon, which is hilarious on its own because, man, Clancy had a rough night. Okay, so if we are counting the demos as canon, which I reluctantly am, like the Maiden's demo in 8 was canon, so why not? But yeah, so here's the order of events. Clancy entered the guest house with Pete and Andre. Andre dies. Pete and Clancy are captured by Jack and are put into the kitchen to be tortured by Mia. Pete is murdered trying to save Clancy, which honestly, it's super impressive how much character development they squeeze into this complete nothing of a character. The heroics don't come out of nowhere either. Like, yeah, he was a douchebag before.
Where did you find this guy? Give me a break, Pete. Hey, I only work with professionals.
But he also insisted on looking for Andre before leaving.
We find Andre and we go. I mean, fuck this show.
Clancy witnesses his friend die, and then is dragged down into the basement and forced to fight Jack and the Moldeds. After that, Maguerite ties him to her bed and tries to turn him into a Molden. He fights back and escapes, and then Lucas captures him, makes him play murder blackjack, and throws him into the happy birthday room, where he burns alive and is put on display. Jesus fucking Christ. So on one hand, there aren't really super high stakes in the story of these DLCs because Like, we as the player know that Clancy isn't going to make it out of this alive. But also, dramatic irony is a thing, and I feel like they do use that to their advantage at certain points.
I'm not dying down here.
But on the other hand, I mean, it would be nice if they used this opportunity to give the spotlight to some of the Baker's other victims.
How cool would it be if each videotape was dedicated to one of those, like, coffin whatever things?
They probably didn't want to hire a bunch of new actors, and you know what? That's fair enough. And having Clancy be the playable character for all these scenarios does add a layer of tragedy. I mean, Clancy defeated all the same villains Ethan did, and in the exact same order too. The only difference is that Ethan got lucky and Clancy didn't. In fact, Clancy's horrifying death helped fuel Ethan's luck, since he stumbled across the footage Clancy took and learned from his mistakes. If it wasn't for this tape, Ethan would have suffered the exact same fate as Clancy. So rip Clancy, you're the real hero here. Anyways, so aside from all that, all four of these games function completely differently, with one being combat-based and the others being puzzle-based, story-based, and gameplay-based. That's an awkward way to say that. It's blackjack. It's a game. It's blackjack. Each one of the Bakers gets their own DLC too. Nightmare is Jack's game. Clancy wakes up in the basement, which is crawling with moldeds, and Jack. Sometimes Jack shows up. It's very upsetting.
Defeat Jack, there he is. I'm sorry, what? What?
Combat isn't exactly my favorite thing. Like, I found Mercenaries in RE8 so boring, I didn't even think to mention it in the last video. But if you like combat, you'll probably love this. It's exciting, and you have to use a lot of strategy in order to progress. I guess one thing to note is that this is definitely the cheapest of the banned footage, or like the least expensive, you know, in that it's almost entirely reused sets and assets, and I don't think Jack has one new line or animation, but that's honestly totally fine. This one doesn't need it, and I'd rather they save the budget for the others that would benefit from it more. Bedroom is Marguerite's DLC, and it has an absolutely terrifying premise. Marguerite is trying to get Clancy to eat her soup, which will mutate him, and she leaves him for short periods of time. During this time, Clancy is able to get up and look around the room for a way out, but he has to put everything back exactly as it was, or Marguerite will notice and punish him.
That picture was there in the corner for a reason!
The game gives you ample warning though. It would admittedly be way scarier if Marguerite just re-entered the room with very little warning. Like, maybe you could hear her footsteps or hear her yelling outside the door. However, trying to remember each little detail of the room and being forced to sit there and watch Marguerite investigate every surface is extremely anxiety-inducing on its own.
What? What is it? I was I've been so careful. What is it now? Fuck!
Especially since there aren't any save points. Even if you're at the very end and you die, you have to start over completely from the beginning.
Did they start me from the beginning? Did they?
I gotta do something.
They did. Bastard!
Do not eat the soup. Trust me. Also, don't open the drawer. It's a trap.
Oh, that drawer didn't open itself!
The DLC is basically just a big escape room covered in puzzles. And it's reasonably difficult. I mean, it's nothing crazy, but there are multiple solutions for certain puzzles, and you have to get both of them to progress. Honestly though, the highlight of this DLC, for me at least, is just all the new character content. I don't think a single one of Marguerite's lines are reused.
Sleep well, darling? You're a sharp one. You're a bad boy, Clancy!
And there's a lot of new animations. Jack makes a cameo appearance and he gets some new lines.
Marguerite! You still falling over that boy?
It's great. And Marguerite's characterization really shines here. Unlike Jack and Lucas in their respective DLCs, she doesn't really seem interested in tormenting Clancy.
I figured you still hadn't eaten yet, so I brought something else for you.
She doesn't kill him the second he misbehaves. She keeps giving him chance after chance. But even still, she still has her temper.
If you're gonna act up, I'll break your scrawny neck!
you actually have some dialogue choices here. Sometimes they don't really lead to much. Like, these free options lead to the exact same reaction no matter how nice or rude you are.
Let me explain.
Shut your mouth, you son of a bitch!
But sometimes they do lead to some slightly different scenarios. Like telling Marguerite that you can't wait to eat her cooking.
Oh, good.
Gets a much better response than immediately insulting it.
I worked all day on that, you ungrateful prick!
She's actually very polite and sweet up until the point that Clancy speaks up on his own and basically announces that he thinks her food looks disgusting.
Wait, is there anything else to eat?
You don't need nothing else.
Oh my god, Clancy is the new Ethan. Even down to being physically incapable of taking tape off of a box. This is consistent with her characterization in the main game, along with her slapping Clancy and calling him disrespectful, kind of going along with the idea that she feels unappreciated in her own home.
I made it with love!
We also get to see what kind of a relationship Jack and Marguerite have under Evelyne's control. We see that they were a normal loving couple and daughters, but the only time in the main game that we see them together is during the dinner scene. Jack gently asks her to move out of the way, but then after Ethan spits out Marguerite's food, the two get into a screaming match and he throws a chair at her.
Get the hell up, Marguerite! Get the hell out of here!
Apparently, the original intent with these characters was that they were going to be a much more loving and devoted couple, but it was deemed not scary enough, so they were made more dysfunctional.
ジャックとマーガレットが2人でもっとこう仲睦まじい夫婦の姿っていうところを描いてたんですけど、これはちょっとホラーとして全く方向性が違うんじゃないか。
Which sucks. Let Marguerite be happy, goddammit. However, we do get to see a lighter side to their relationship in bedroom. Jack is super jealous of Clancy being in their bedroom and starts arguing with Marguerite.
I told you to throw him out. We already have enough men in the house.
Marguerite, upset that she's fighting with her husband, literally blames Clancy for breaking up their marriage.
You goddamn homewrecker!
And stabs him multiple times in the chest. She only stops stabbing him because Jack, with a change of heart, swoops in and tells Marguerite he's sorry and that he loves her, and Marguerite gets her Disney princess moment.
Oh, Jack.
Please forgive me.
All right, I forgive you.
All while Clancy is choking on his own blood. This is genuinely the funniest thing I've ever seen. But also, oh, they love each other. It's okay, Clancy gets his revenge later. The only other thing I have to say about this DLC is that the ultimate goal here is very, very funny. Clancy is trying to escape through this trap door, which, as we know from playing the main game, actually leads into the basement, where Clancy just escaped from in the previous DLC. So literally after all this, he's just going right back to where he started. But nah, apparently instead Lucas grabs him and sticks him in a saw trap. The references to Saw are pretty much all over the place. Or okay, there's like two. That I noticed at least. This...
So you two are gonna play a little game.
And also that the character pitted against Clancy is named Hoffman. Hoffman! Who was a pretty major character in the Saw franchise. So this game is Blackjack, which is a game I've never played before. I don't leave the house. There are 3 rounds. The first one, Hoffman and Clancy have their fingers in this finger trap. And every time they lose, they get a finger chopped off. Get too many fingers chopped off and you die. If you get past that, Clancy and Hoffman get hooked up to electricity and get zapped every time they lose. The voltage is raised every time you lose, so if you lose too much, you die. And if you don't die, Hoffman does. And then Lucas uses Hoffman's body as a marionette to keep playing against Clancy.
It's your turn now.
You enjoying this, you prick?
In a game full of dark humor, this is probably the darkest the humor gets. Maybe not as funny as how Clancy can be absolutely sobbing in pain and then calmly go on about the game.
You psycho fuck, you really did it! Hit me.
But, I mean, the entire time Hoffman's crying about how he has to go home to his wife and daughter, and while in excruciating pain begs Clancy to just die already.
I have a family. Just die, okay? Please.
And then Lucas repeats this all back to Clancy in a goofy voice while using his corpse as a meat puppet.
You love that shit anyway. Think of my wife and daughter.
Him actually zapping Hoffman's corpse to give the illusion of him talking.
Oh, Hoffman, and I feel fine. I think we should play another round.
Is pretty fucked up too. And then the ultimate punchline is that Hoffman wasn't actually dead, and he wakes up like a second before the saw hits him. So he definitely feels it. That's probably the cruelest thing that happens in this game. Anyways, there's no happy ending for Hoffman even if he did beat Clancy. Lucas is not Jigsaw. He doesn't torture people to teach them a lesson. He tortures to kill.
Will you let me go now?
You are one cold son of a bitch. Now you impressed me so much, I'm gonna give you an extra reward.
Hoffman would have just ended up in the happy birthday room and died there instead. Anyways, this is a pretty cool DLC. Once again, Lucas got all new lines, and this time we even got a new area, and a new character. They obviously didn't want to model a face for him, or they didn't have the budget for it. I don't know, but I like the potato sack. It's cute. This also comes with the implication that Clancy is just a complete beast. Okay, look, I'm not sure if these DLCs were planned from the beginning. It seems to be implied that Clancy had literally just been captured before Lucas dragged him into the happy birthday room. I mean, the tape says, "Can trespassing idiots solve puzzles?" Which would imply that the only thing Lucas knows about Clancy is that he broke in. Not that Clancy just whipped his ass in blackjack.
Son of a...
I'm ending this.
Regardless, these DLC are considered canon parts of the story. Notice how Clancy has all his fingers though, and no birds on his hands at all. That means that he completely beat Hoffman's ass. Didn't lose once, at least in the first round, probably the second. King of Blackjack over here. And finally, we have daughters. I already gave my piece as to why I don't really like daughters. From an Eveline perspective, it's just the blandest, least inspired thing they could have done with the character. But I will say that from the Zoe side of things, it actually kind of works. I feel like the actress who plays Zoe gets a lot of shit, but I actually think she does a really good job in Daughters. I think this DLC absolutely nails how absolutely terrifying and confusing it would be if your parents suddenly turned into monsters right in front of you.
She wants us all to show her our love.
Daddy! I mean, that's the real horror here, right? This is Zoe's DLC, and it's about the worst night of her life. The night where she lost everything. I mean, look what happens if you lose. Usually with these kinds of things, you just kind of get jump scared and then that's it. But no, now it's a long, drawn-out segment of Zoe being beaten and subdued by her parents while she's sobbing and asking them why they're doing this to her.
Daddy, stop! Why are you doing this?
It's honestly really uncomfortable to watch, and while it's a little annoying to sit through if you lose multiple times, it's also kind of nice that it's actually letting the horror of the situation sit with you for a minute. And while we as the player obviously know what's going to happen, it's tragic to see Zoe watch her family go about life as normal while being the only one able to see the imminent threat slowly draining them from the inside out. And while honestly I do wish Eveline was handled differently, this is good. I mean, that Zoe's trauma is actually getting some attention. Because aside from maybe Mia, Zoe is definitely the character who suffers the most in this game. She doesn't just lose everything, she is forced to watch it become slowly corrupted, rotting away from the inside out while she's helpless to stop it. She has to look her parents in the eye every day, knowing that the people looking back aren't really her parents, that they can't protect her or comfort her, or even love her anymore. And at a moment's notice, they might commit some horrible act of violence against her. She's had to wander the halls of her old childhood home, once filled with warmth and memories and laughter, and watch it become a rotting murder den hostile to her very existence. She's become so emotionally detached from the situation that she's given up on the people in her life that she loves the most, just so she has a chance at survival, to the point that she approaches Ethan's situation with amusement.
Wish you could have warned me.
Sorry about that. Doesn't bat an eye at him killing her mother, and even directly orders him to kill her father. Zoe should, in theory, be an extremely fascinating character. And what do they do with her? Absolutely nothing. Either you choose to save her, at which she dies immediately and is never mentioned again, or you choose to leave her, and she becomes angry and yells at the Winters.
I'll send help.
Don't bother. There won't be anyone left to help!
Which is totally understandable because from her point of view, Mia showed up with a horrible virus which infected her family and is taking the only cure that Zoe worked so hard to make, and is now leaving Zoe to die. And she does show up in Ethan's spirit dream. I guess because Zoe is infected, her conscience is in the mold, but she doesn't say or do anything. She just gets a little upset and looks out the window. And then that's it. Ethan is rescued and Zoe's whereabouts are never mentioned. This character, who was set up to be the only survivor of the Baker family, the only one who managed to stay sane despite everything and helped our hero through every step of the way, even saving his life at one point. And she's just dropped from the story. That is until the DLC End of Zoe was released. And unlike Not a Hero, this one actually costs money. So if you want a resolution to this major character, you have to pay $15. So, I just want to make one thing abundantly clear before we go forward. This DLC is awesome. Like, basically the whole thing is some swamp man fighting gators and eating bugs and taking down monsters with his fists. It's an absolute delight to play. It's a 10 out of 10 on the fun scale. Like, if you already own the main game, I highly recommend giving this one a try. I'm just saying this up front because I have some problems with the story here, or I guess the characters, I don't know. And I don't want it to come across like this DLC is bad. It's not. It's just... Okay, so like the premise is really fucking weird. Apparently the entire time Jack Baker had a brother living in his backyard.
That there my brother's little girl. My niece, you understand?
Like, okay, it's not exactly his backyard, but it's literally within walking distance from his backyard. Zoe runs there after Ethan leaves, and Eveline infects and nearly kills her.
No! Evie, please!
And then Jack's brother Joe basically walks out of his house and finds her.
So everything— What in God's name have you done?
Meaning this entire time, Jack had a brother who lived like 20 minutes to an hour from his house and never noticed that his family was all infected. Like this entire DLC, Joe is literally running around talking about how family is the most important thing.
And around here, family is a righteous cause.
Not fucking really, considering your family, whoops you live right next to, has been locked in their home being tortured for 3 years, and you never noticed. Joe even says he's noticed all the monsters.
With all these monsters running around here.
But he never thought to make sure that his brother was okay. But honestly, I could forgive that. A weird, shaky premise has never dissuaded me before. But what I couldn't forgive is that Zoe was unconscious the entire DLC. Like, this is the DLC where we finally get resolution to this really important character, and she's literally unconscious the entire time. What's weird, too, is this aesthetic that they chose to go with her. Don't get me wrong, it's very pretty, but there's no point in the game that an infection caused by Eveline has looked like this. It's always been black mold, but on Zoe it's white, and it's shiny. It looks almost like crystals, and it turned her pixie cut white. Her whole body is white. She's so pale now. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but it's almost like they wanted to make her look more feminine, more dainty, more delicate looking. Like she's made of glass and she'd break if you touched her, or ice that could melt away in an instant. And if that was the idea, she's literally been transformed into a damsel in distress. And even if that wasn't, well, she's still a damsel in distress. There's some monster running around trying to kidnap her.
No!
and Joe is the only one who could save her, and also she's unconscious the whole time. Like, I'm sorry to say, but if that's not a damsel in distress, I don't know what is. I know in the last video I went on that whole rant about Mia and how she makes the most sense as a protagonist for 8, and I'm not going to get as involved here. However, much like Mia, Zoe is a complete waste of a character who should be, in theory, really, really interesting. And I'd even make the case that she is, at least somewhat, treated worse than Mia by these games. Mia might spend the entirety of 7 and 8 locked up in cages, but at least she gets some choice in her own destiny. In 7, at least. She gets fuck all in 8. She chooses to run into the ship to save Ethan, initially chooses to reject Eveline, but then later on seemingly chooses to trade her life for Ethan's.
Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Saving your life.
And that is somewhat fitting for the story. Ethan went through hell to save Mia, and now Mia is going through hell to save Ethan, and she is confronting her past all the while. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot, but it's a hell of a lot more than Zoe gets. Zoe starts out as a character who is trying to get some control of her life back, who is actively running around trying to fix things and get Ethan through the house in one piece. However, after one of the serums is used on Jack, all say Zoe has is gone. Her fate is left up to Ethan, some guy she literally just met. It is a little awkward, these two women hanging around waiting for this guy to pick which one of them gets to live, and neither are allowed to have any kind of a say in it. And of course Ethan picks his wife, of course he does. As much as Zoe helped him, she's still just a random person. And after that, Zoe's put in a mold coma and left completely helpless while two dudes fight over her. One being her Uncle Joe, and the other being...
Jack? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, Jack is back. I'm not sure I completely understand it either. How did... You got calcified? Honestly, that serum was bullshit. What a dumb plot device. This does come with the weird realization that since Lucas and Jack don't die till the DLCs, Marguerite is the only Baker who dies in the actual game. Something about that feels wrong.
How come Marguerite had to tend to die and he keeps coming back?
Hashtag justice for Marguerite. I was going to say that this explains Ethan's fever dream, that it makes sense that Jack and Zoe are the only ones there because they're the only ones infected who are still alive. Marguerite is dead, and Lucas has basically been cured. But then I remembered that Zoe is still in the dream, even in the ending where she dies. So, never mind then. So there's this trope called the sexy lamp. Basically, if a female character can be replaced with a random object, a lamp, and have the exact same impact on the plot, then she's probably not a very good character. And unfortunately, the entire DLC I was bouncing around genuinely excited for Zoe to wake up and do something, anything.
Guess what? You can become part of the story now, and we're gonna teach you how to hit. Zoe still doesn't get to fucking participate. I just wanted to teach Zoe how to punch.
But she never did. She doesn't wake up until the very end. And I guess she gets a little bit of character. I see people make fun of how she faked Ethan for saving her, but it was really Joe.
I told you I'd send help, and I always keep my promises.
Thank you, Ethan.
It was the uncle. Like, the uncle had just saved her.
But I get it.
Stop trying to make Ethan into a hero. Even didn't do shit.
She seems to become genuinely hopeful once Ethan shows up.
After we make it, we can get out of here. Together.
And then she seems utterly betrayed when he leaves her.
It was foolish thinking I could escape.
But Zoe...
Go! Both of you just go!
Maybe the implication is that she fell into despair when her last hope abandoned her, and that's why Eveline was able to turn her into a pixie. And now she's realizing that Ethan didn't betray her after all.
You didn't forget about me.
I told you I'd send help, and I always keep my promises.
Thank you, Ethan.
But yeah, that's it. The end of Zoe was her helplessly being rescued by one guy while thanking another guy for saving her. That's all she turned out to be in the end. Just someone to be rescued. I don't want to give the impression that I think these games are sexist, because I don't. The Resident Evil series has notably a lot of really cool, badass, and beloved female characters. And while I'm not an expert in this series, I loved playing as Claire. I got a real kick out of Ada. Actually, since I started recording this, I've actually played the Resident Evil 3 remake. I started recording this back in August. But yeah, Jill's cool too. I like Jill. And Marguerite and Lady D are two of my favorite characters of all time. It's just really frustrating that with these last two games, they set up two really interesting characters who had so much potential for depth and story, and then they just shoved them aside to focus on Ethan, who's literally supposed to be a blank slate with a few emotions stapled on. Or in the case of Zoe's DLC, where they invented a whole new character who was barely related to the plot to focus on instead. Maybe that's why the end where Zoe completely forgets about Joe and instead thanks Ethan feels so awkward. Because Joe has nothing to do with Zoe's character. He doesn't have anything to do with this moment. And while I can't exactly make the case for Zoe having an entire game about her like I did with Mia, I do think they could have easily given her a bigger role in 7, or at least expanded on her story a little. Okay, here's my pitch. What if when you choose either Zoe or Mia, you're choosing which character to play as? Mia can wake up near the boat and do her whole bit as usual, but Zoe? What if she instead washes back on shore outside her family's house, and a storm is raging and the lights are on, and it's the only thing she can see through the rain, and when she gets back in there, her parents are running up to her all worried about why she was out in the hurricane. Zoe is stunned that they're normal and briefly thinks that it was all a horrible dream, until Jack comes back in with Eveline. Basically, I'm suggesting that Daughters should have been in the main game, but instead of it being a prequel, it's Zoe being punished by Eveline by being forced to relive the night she lost her family. That would really nail in the tragedy of Zoe's situation, and it would force all those emotions she's repressed to come out. The grief of losing her parents, her anger at Eveline, and what about that moment Ethan meets the normal Jack? Imagine this happening with Zoe. Yes, I know Zoe is right there, but just forget about that for a second. Imagine that Zoe is able to go into the mold hive mind for a moment, and she sees her father, and he comforts her, and apologizes to her for the first time in years. And then Zoe realizes that her parents aren't gone like she thought. They're still here, and they're suffering. And she suddenly realizes that she can't leave them. She might be able to escape, but they can't, and she decides that she has to free them. I also think that this shouldn't be like a one or the other kind of situation. I mean, Mia could still be dealing with her demons at the same time as Zoe, like how Claire and Leon's story are happening at the same time in 2. You just see different parts of it depending on who you play as. If you play as Mia, you get lore and explanations. If you play as Zoe, you get tragedy and emotions. It is kind of absurd to think, too, that out of the 3 of them, Ethan is the one that gets to kill Eveline. I know Eveline hurt Ethan too, but Mia was the one who fucked up so bad that she let Eveline run loose, and even in her mutated form is talking about how it's her responsibility to end this. And of course, Zoe would want to destroy this little child after she literally ruined her life. I get Ethan is the player character, and the player should be the one to take out the big bad villain, but I feel like either Zoe or Mia should have helped. Held her down while he jabbed her. Maybe get a satisfying conclusion to these characters' relationships with this little menace. And as for DLC, well, in RE4, there's some bonus content where you're able to play as Ada, and it's revealed that the entire time she was running around in the background pulling strings to keep Leon safe. Something like that would be perfect for Zoe. Just as Ada rang the church bell to save Leon from the village people, Zoe could ring the doorbell to save Ethan from her parents.
God damn it! I'll bet it's that cop again.
Plus, imagine how many little niggling things it could explain. Zoe could be the one to loosen Ethan's straps so he could easily escape from the dinner table. She could fetch the tapes and put them out for him to find. It would have been cool, and it would have retroactively made Zoe a much bigger presence in the game. But that ship has sailed. Although, maybe not completely. I didn't know this until the video was literally done and already uploaded to YouTube waiting for Halloween. So if it's late, then you know why. But if you got Village Deluxe, which I didn't, you find some notes Zoe wrote about trying to contact Ethan and Mia that heavily hints that she'll be back. So, hey, maybe they'll bring her back in a much more substantive role and she'll actually do something. The hope is alive for Eveline too. She showed up in 8 and was revealed to be alive in the mold, so it's very possible that she'll be back someday. And while in the original version of the script, I was saying how likely it is that Mia will show up in future games, it's since come out that the games aren't going to be focusing on the Winters family anymore. So they literally did waste their chance with Mia. One thing I didn't bring up regarding Mia in the last video was that a lot of people really do not like her. I mean, I like her, probably because she was a complete nothing of a character in 8, and so I was completely delighted when I went to 7 and saw how much personality she had. But still, every so often when I'm poking around, I see glimpses of people who have extreme hatred for her, with the reason being that everything that happens in this game is her fault, and that she never receives consequences for it. And like, I disagree. Her being held hostage and tortured in a basement for 3 years was a direct consequence of her actions on the ship. That and losing her husband and her daughter almost being sacrificed several years later. Not to mention that the developers have since said that she's lost custody of Rose right after 8. So yeah, she's absolutely lost everything in her life. But still, I get it. It's not like she's arrested or even questioned for her involvement. We don't even know if Ethan ever found out what Mia did. It's kinda wild if you think about it. Ethan was suspicious and questioning Mia the entire game.
You gonna tell me what's going on? Just tell me what's going on. No more bullshit, Mia. I want some answers. You had something to do with all this, didn't you?
Ethan, I honestly don't remember.
Try.
Even before the game started.
You were right. I did lie to you.
But we never see him find out about Mia's involvement. We as the player find out, but he never does. And yeah, he does kinda sorta find out in the ending where you choose Zoe.
Mia came here with Eveline. That's how it started. There's the boat that Mia came with Eveline on.
But that ending isn't canon. It doesn't count. For all we know, Mia got to leave a situation in which she indirectly caused the deaths of dozens of people without ever receiving legal consequences, and her husband is just blissfully unaware of her crimes. Except, never mind. It says it in the Deluxe Edition, and yes, that is very much the case. Ethan never finds out, and Mia purposely keeps it from him. Seems out of character for him to just, like, never question her again. It's kind of a weird thing for me to say that Ethan's out of character, but like...
No more bullshit, Mia. I want some answers.
Yeah, kinda. But yeah, no, like, canonically, all her crimes against humanity were just swept under the rug. Maybe if she helped take Eveline down at the end, she'd be redeemed in the eyes of the audience, but nope. Just like Zoe, she's completely dropped after she rescues Ethan. But I guess it's better than what Zoe got. Mia is at least memorable. Those scenes in the beginning where she hulks out are such a turning point in the game, and her backstory is the catalyst for the whole game, so she's often the center of debate. I hardly, if ever, see anyone mention Zoe. Nearly every character in this game gets more attention than Zoe. I didn't see a single person mention that she was coming back, despite it feeling like a clear setup for a future project, which is why I didn't know about it. No one seemed to care, at least that I've seen. She's just forgotten now. And that's a shame. I think that's ultimately kind of the frustrating thing about 7 for me. The good is really, really good. There's so much in this game that I adore. I love the Bakers. It's genuinely a huge blast to play. Even though I do kind of see 8 as being like a much more clean and coherent game, 7 is way more fun. I love playing 7. But there's a lot of stuff that isn't properly resolved, or even resolved at all, in the actual game itself. And that's a shame. I hate that the initial feeling I had after finishing this game was disappointment.
I didn't like the ending. Yeah, I didn't like the ending. I liked like everything up to like the ending. Like, because that was fun.
But the entire ride to get there was such a blast. I really do look at this game with so much fondness. And considering that this series was working with a whole new engine, whole new cast, whole new POV, it's extremely impressive that it turned out as enjoyable as it did. People were so skeptical, but so many walked away loving it. In fact, it was so successful that now every single Resident Evil game is now being made on the RE engine, whether they are in first person or not. And about a year ago, Resident Evil 7 hit 10 million copies sold, which is extremely impressive considering the other titles in the same series apparently only hit that milestone for remakes. And with 8 breaking records for the fastest selling Resident Evil game so far, it does go to show that you don't necessarily need to rely on nostalgia or legacy in order to sell this game. And I mean, obviously there was one big reason why RE8 sold so well, but it wouldn't have gotten so many sales if 7 didn't blow everyone's expectations out of the water. I think 8 improves on 7 in a lot of ways, but it would be nothing without the very solid groundwork 7 set. Which isn't to say that 7 is just a stepping stone. It's an extremely fun game in its own right. The tone is great, they put a lot of focus on the horror and the fun element, and they nailed both really, really well. So many of these characters are memorable and just a blast to fight and be around. And yeah, I like it. It's fun. Took a lot of hours to say that, but here we go. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Happy Halloween, everyone. I am never making a video this long again. Jesus Christ.